My company is ILEG Technology Screens. So just getting in to get some things done. Excuse me, Mr. Barcelona. Thank you. Are we done? Okay. I see you doing what you do. Well, my phone couldn't even get over there. I got you. 100%. I guess that was my bad, right? You good. Over here. Rounds. That was my fault, right? This is your fault, Dad. Your fault. My bad. Well, now you get to both sides, though. That's something, yeah. So I'm going to take care of my cat real quick. He's a happy camper now. All right. Now, we are working on a few things involving the ad tech technology, the series of technology that comes with it. There's Taco. As I said, he likes to be on camera, so you will see him pop up right there. He also likes the scent of the watermelon air freshener he just got in. But anyway, so yeah, we got samples. We're going to be doing the ad tech TV technology because it is, at the end of the day, starting off price we're going to have for that front projection technology is going to be roughly around $3,000. I think that's going to be the price of it. And we got several versions of the ad tech. We have an invisible version of it. Well, actually, it is invisible. But we have the Flex, which is going to be a little bigger than these right here. I decided to go with a little bigger screen for the Flex. We're also going to have, this is going to be the samples, but we're going to have the Flex, which is going to be a little bit bigger than this. We're going to have a gamer version of it. Of course, the ad tech version for advertisement technology. There is also two spray-on application that we're going to be using for, what is it, all spray-on application? We got a special spray application for advertising for showrooms, for expos, and tables we're going to have. You can use with that. Also, too, there is the TV, the gaming, advertising. Oh, yeah, and the one for doing the virtual tanks. That's me, another one, which you're going to be working to also, too. But you got to order some more plexiglass for that. So I had to go out and get some envelopes. I want to get the padded ones. Let's see what size we're going to be to fit in these for our samples. Now, I have to do the build a screen for this. Okay, something this can fit into. And that's why I went down and got some boxes for that. So that's what I'm doing right now. Designing a holder for this. I want to get ready to show this off. I'll be taking this surface downstairs, and we get the fire sticks to act right, because the fire sticks right now, for some reason, they just stopped working again. So it'd be nice if I can get the fireworks working, so I can take the screen down and we can show it off. Because I'm going to be designing another surface, which is the Flex is going to be bigger than that. It has to be a little bigger than that, a little bit bigger, and those are going to be the samples. So I got to take that one downstairs today, and I guess I hook up to somebody's computer down there, because, like I said, Fire Stick is acting like a butt. Does not want to work. So I'm going to have to, I want to show this thing off. And then I got some people coming today to look at the invisible technology and the black technology, because they want to do screens and the restaurants. They want a big black screen put in there, and they want to come look at the black star. So I got all my boxes for my packaging. I got to go to for the samples and get ready from there. Now, as I said before, that the TV technology is going to be roughly around 4 feet by 8 feet. which is around a 106-inch screen. It's going to be roughly around $3,000, and I think for the screen for the screen for the 36 by 72 is probably going to be about $1,700, maybe $1,800 in the size on that one. Yeah, I've got people already. It's all a demonstration next to the black technology, because the black technology is really good, but next to one of these, no, this is a much more advanced technology. So that comparison, yeah, I got people asking me when. So I got to bring on some people on board. End of this month, I got a lawyer coming in. I'm dissolving the LLC. The Black Series Edition will be no more. The copyrights still stand. So, just give you fair warning. Touch the name, you use it, the logos, anything whatsoever, because we have to tell people this, because they're already suing somebody already over this mess of touching copyrights that they shouldn't be touching. Just because we dissolve an LLC, because again, as I told you before, the people who basically went about touching the LLC, not the LLC, the copyrights to begin with, are not the sharpest tacks in a box. Definitely not the sharpest tacks in the box. So again, it's a copyright, and copyright and LLC are two separate entities. An LLC is the name of my company. Copyrights protect the artwork of my design. So if you're dumb enough, and we had some people stupid enough to do this, and they're getting sued for it, and some are going to jail for it, and I'm taking some to federal court for it. Just because we dissolve an LLC, the copyrights have nothing to do with that entity. But go ahead and play with them and see what happens to you. Yeah, I literally had to, and that's no joke, I literally had to take someone to court for touching my copyrights. And with the cube, we weren't using it at the time. We had another name for the crystal edge, and we weren't using it. And yeah, some idiot, we know who, went in and sent us messages back and forth with you. We all have everything documented for court, saying that, oh, this old thing, like he thought he could really touch a copyright, and there's no consequences behind it because we're not using it. Well, you're not using it. Doesn't mean you can use it. That's my copyright. Hey. Come on. Behave. Try to knock over the stand. That's my copyright. You can't touch that. So he's going to learn the hard way. He's going to find out. What they call mess around and find out. He's going to find out. So I got 2 process servers heading to his door. Not today, but soon, because we don't have documents to come back, for him to go to the CCB, and we have to file 2 charges over there for the the Crystal Witch site, for messing with that. And then, after going through that and getting a letter from an attorney, he turned around and he messed with the Black Series Edition, which we're going to federal court for that one, and that one carries jail time. We're going to mess around and find out. There's a curse word behind that, but we don't use the curse word. So that's why I put that notice out there. Give you fair warning that don't touch copyrights, because you will lose your shirt in court for that mess. Not worth it. Much smaller than that. Definitely not worth it. I'm gonna do it this way, but I want to get the whole thing. I want a longer. And I don't want to lose part of my screen. If I bring it in here, I don't want to lose part of my screen. I'd rather have it this way. There's something I can slide in here, and it'll fit right there. So I know exactly how I want to put this together. So yeah, I had to meet with an attorney, and I had to dissolve the LLC for the Black Series and get an. I think about getting an LLC for the infusion, but I decided I'm gonna go and get a corporate instead, because we're gonna be heading down that path anyway. Sorry about that. People. But yeah, we have to put that out there, because I literally had people that stupid. I had somebody say, "Who's that dumb?" Trust me, I had to show him. He's like, "You got to be kidding me." I said, "Yeah, we literally have people that stupid." We found three other people over the weekend that they found that were using the copyrights without permission. So they were able to track down their YouTube channel and their IP address. So they got an investigator going through. This is somebody else we found. They're going through their account right now, figuring out exactly where they live at. I got an investigator on it. So we're going to sue them in court for copyright infringement. Keep in mind, it's not CCB we're taking you to. We're taking you to federal court for this. So just to let you know, there's jail time that sits behind these things. Found a couple other people were using it without our permission. So as I told you before, for just the two things we're going to be doing in this month is we're going to be getting our company out to the next level where we need to do. And anybody who's violated our company, we will be bringing you to court. That's what I'm doing this year. That's why I advised you from the door. Don't touch things. Don't belong to you. And every time we turn around, we got some didwit touching stuff that don't belong to him. Can I get this? Oh, it does, but already now. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I want to line this side and this side because I got to paint that, and we know that's going to buckle. Other than that, yeah, I'm going to dissolve the name LLC. And that's why I said that if you do your documents correctly and you don't lie on your documents, you can do something called dissolve, which means you can't just get an LLC and just forget about it. Because I don't use it anymore. I'm not going to bother with it anymore. No, you have to dissolve them. I want to strengthen this because I gotta, anytime I gotta paint it with something. Oh, I should take that. I wonder I can do it from here. Really? So I'm getting this stand ready because this is what I want to show off the product on, especially when I have it on my desk. Can't find anything that's going to fit the way I want it to fit. So, of course, we've got to build it. This thing isn't plugged in. Or it is plugged in. Yeah, hot enough yet. All right, this part. And that part. There. Yeah. Crazy. Wait, is this thing on? It's gonna want to heat up. I'm gonna go and buy another one. Just bought that one. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's definitely hot. All right, get that finished. While waiting for that, I'm gonna start working on this over here to get that done. My screen finished over here. I got another screen to coat today. So we got 5 formulas that are going to be developed at the end of this month. To get ready for that. I got another projector to order because the other one was a fluke. I have got to get more plexiglass, and I got a cordless Wagner sprayer coming in soon, and a buddy's gonna let me use his garage, design my whatever I need. So that works out great. Also, just want to do some more demonstrations on that front projection technology, which is a little darker than that one right there. We'll get a chance to show that off. Huh. Oh yeah, could do it that way. So as you can see, I got a very full plate, as always. That's why I came in and did the came in and did the PC ahead of time, because I always say that I never know what tomorrow's going to bring. There we go. There we go. Finally got some grip in there. I was wondering what's going on. Heating up. And looking and hunting for more windows that we could run out for the ad tech technology. We're already going to be putting one up pretty soon. Yeah, so we have to mention that because again, as I said before, I've had people go in and touch copyrights without permission. I mean, hey, look, you don't want to keep your stuff. You don't want to keep your freedom. At the end of the day, you don't want it. It can be taken. It's not hard. It's not hard to take someone's freedom and to take their stuff at the end of the day. It's not hard to do. But touching a copyright is extremely serious, very serious. Especially when we have so many from the same individual touching those copyrights over and over again, and then hitting a second set of copyrights, avoiding and ignoring. We got a lawyer sent out that cease and desist order, which is going to be used against him in court. Yeah, he's done. Yeah, put it that way. The defamation and all that, we technically don't even need that. What we have right now, that's all we need. We're good. So, we got tons of messages from him back and forth explaining to him about don't touch the copyrights. We have pictures, videos, all kinds of stuff of him touching these copyrights. So, yeah, I've already filed with the CCB 2 separate claims because the first time we had to have a process server, they're familiar with his address because we had a process server go out there. So, yeah. And then the third one we had to do under the Black Series, even though the company dissolved the name, copyrights still stand regardless. They still stand. And now we got to go out there and we have to file. We have to go file another lawsuit in federal court over that mess, over him touching stuff he shouldn't have touched. So I guess in the back of his mind, he probably thought that nothing's going to happen to me. He's not going to file. I did file the first time. We did have somebody come to his address, but he didn't take it seriously enough. And he continued to touch the copyrights and do what he wanted to do. So now everything's been filed. It's going to owe me $60,000. That's for the first two. And then we go to federal court, it's $1 million. Because that's what we're going for when we go to federal court. We're going to sue for $1 million. And then for those people saying, well, he doesn't have $1 million. It doesn't make a difference. Or he doesn't. It doesn't make a difference at all. You don't touch things. You don't touch copyrights. I'm going to start using this from now on. It's much easier to use. You don't touch copyrights. You don't touch them. That's just basic common sense. But some people at the end of the day, I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, they've got some complex disorder. They feel, whoop, why do we got a freaking piece of plexiglass right there in the line of paint? That should never be there. Never, ever be there. If you damage this surface, it is done. Because it's transparent. It should never be in the way. Yeah. But you got people like that in life who feel that they can do whatever they want to do, but you can't do that. They'll get you a lot of trouble. So yeah, I just want to get that taken care of, get it in court, and get that all taken care of and squared away. Unlike the federal court case with the CCB, they don't carry any prison time, so he's just going to get sued from there. But chances are, you think he's going to show up? No, he's not going to show up because the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming, so he's not going to show up at all. Period. But as for the one in federal court, he has to show up for that one because that carries criminal charges. So he has to show up for that one. We found 2 other people using the copyrights without our permission, so I have to get that taken care of. Now, another thing, since we're going to be getting these new lawyers on board for the new company, everything else we're going to be working on, just a little heads up. You can get a lawyer and find out for yourself if we can or cannot do this. If we catch you making a statement that you've made my product, I'm going to give you the opportunity to walk into a courtroom and prove it. If you can't, I'm going to sue you for a great deal of money. So we will challenge you. Mind you, I gave people permission to do it and they failed. If there was involved in a court or document behind that, they'd have lost their shirts in court. So just to let you know, if we find you, anything pops up saying that you said you made my product in any way whatsoever, I'm going to bring you into a courtroom and you'll have to prove it to a judge that you have an exact identical copy of my technology with test. And if you don't, I'm going to sue you. So you know from the door. I'm not playing around this year, man. I told y'all that from the door that, look, two things I'm doing with my company is we're advancing our technology to the next level, but I'm going to start suing people left and right. And everybody want to touch our technology and carry on act up, well, we're going to drag you into court. So you get on YouTube and carry on acting if you want. I'm going to bring you in front of a judge, and you're going to have to go in there and prove. Now, the difference between you two, you can go in there, drop your account, whatever, and that courtroom, if you lose, you're going to owe me a lot of money. And we're not talking about anything in the range of $500,000, nothing in the range of $50,000, $60,000. No, we're way beyond that. I'm going to sue you for a lot of money. Money you don't have. Because again, don't go out and say that you're making people's products at the end of the day when you don't even have that capability of spreading lies. Let's see if you can back it up in court. That's what I want to see. My lawyer's going to have a field day. All right, let's get this done. Oh, just disconnected. We don't have any. See, we don't have any controls on this side. Oh, fire stick is not functioning. Fire stick is never functioning. It's never ever functioning. She need a power cord on this side. I'm tired of switching that out. Get another one on this side. To do it. I mean, that's time for idiots. I really don't. And this is my company. It's my life's work at the end of the day. So, you want to play in my life? I'm going to play with yours in the courtroom. See how you like it. You can't back it up. You just owe me a lot. Where are we going with this? Oh, we can use this one. Fire sticks are buggies on the what? I don't know which one's the fire sticks. They work one day, they don't the next. They work one day. It'd be nice if I can get them suckers to work all the time. That would be great. That'd be fantastic if we can get fire sticks to actually work all the time. Even when I was up in the Having-town, those things are buggies on the what? 1 minute they work, 1 minute they don't. 1 minute they work, 1 minute they don't. What the freak? Make up your mind. Where's the mouse for this one? Wait. You're jumping this from what feed? It has to go back into the graphic card. Where are you running this from? Yeah, you don't have a feed. It's not going back into the graphic card. Not out. Definitely the wrong direction for this. Let's ride. Pop on. Thing to do. Already turning into a catastrophe mess down here. All right, what's going on with you? You should be running. You should be running. What's the problem? No output. Gotta be output here. No output. Really? It's been one of those days today. All right, here HDMI cables. So we definitely need those. I can have some HDMI cables. Let me see. White screensaver. Oh, jeez, man. Technology, come on now. Got things to do. We got time for this nonsense. Work. Got investors coming today. I got time for this nonsense. What the freak is that? Really? Part of that would you not understand? Oh yeah, I hope they do make AI ability to talk. I got a lot of screaming at that thing to do it today. What the freak did I just ask for a couple of minutes ago? Didn't even answer that. Well, I thought this would be a better choice. Oh. I thought this would be a better choice. Did you mean? Did you mean? Now, for anybody who wants to sit there and say at the end of the day, like, oh, why is he like that? Why is he always talking about suing? Yeah, because people mess with my stuff. That's why. I work hard for my technology, whether you believe it or not. 12,000 videos now in. I work hard. Every single day I get up on camera, I work hard for my technology to develop. You put that much time and that much work into anything, and anybody comes across it to touch it, you would defend your stuff at all costs, unless it's crap at the end of the day and you don't care. So yeah, I mean business. I told y'all in 2024, I got lawyers I'm bringing on board. I'm not playing around. I'm looking for anybody, anyone touching my stuff. I'm dragging you into a courtroom. I'm suing you. It's different this time around. And I brought some people on board. I brought some high-tech junkies at the end of the day that can track. They can dig up the earth on you if they wanted to. I brought some big headers in. The fine people at the end of the day. Private investigators, legit, by the book. If I brought somebody in, like, say, some computer whiz kid to track stuff down for me, I can get in trouble for that. That's definitely against the law. But a private investigator is certified. And some of these guys have those little computer whiz skills. At the end of the day, that's able to find all those deadbeat fathers and mothers out there that think at the end of the day that you can hide under a rock somewhere, no one won't find you. They will find you. That's why people hire them. My brother had to hire somebody. He wrecked his house, rented out his house, wrecked it, destroyed it, and took off. And he hired two people. He hired a bounty hunter, and he hired a private investigator to track him. He found him. Brought him in court. He had to pay for the damages to his property. So this year around, anyone we find old accounts, anything we find, you better hope you better delete them before they find them, because they find them, and we find that they're within the time that we can get to you. Yeah, we're gonna go file. No cease and desist order, straight lawsuit right from the door. See you in federal court. I'm not trying to waste my time. If I got to spend a day in court over this nonsense, I'm not going in there for no nickels and dimes. And I want it for 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. No, I want to hit you hard. I want $1 million and up. So if you think at the end of the day that you can do whatever you want, do me a favor. Want to take a little experiment? Let's go with a life experience. Go near one of those big companies, do a bunch of videos about their product, and then see what happens. See how fast you get a letter in the mail saying, hey, you're being sued. Get a lawyer up. So guess what? Same thing here. So if you figured I'm one of those companies at the end of the day that you can basically do whatever you want and carry and act up, I got something waiting for you. See, y'all, at the end of the day, I can say how dumb you are. Fraud takes 6 to 7 years statute of limitations in Pennsylvania. Which means if I sat back and let you get away with dumb stuff, a long enough road for you to hang yourself, I can come get you and within that time zone. Which means I have enough substantial evidence against you because you thought you were getting away with stuff because I was either too lazy or probably broke and didn't have the money, which I don't understand how that would even work when the house was renting out, cost me a ton of money, all the stuff I was buying. I still buy stuff today. So, bro, I don't get that part. I even showed you my accounts. I make more than they do. But anyway, we just sit back and watch you hang yourself, because that's what I did. And you thought I was sleeping on all that. I was documenting every single thing you were doing. So when the right time came up, we have enough evidence against you to lock you in court. And that's what we did with you guys. So I had people watching your accounts, documenting stuff, because I can't be on there all the time. I'm always doing something else. I paid people to watch your accounts, and they documented all the stuff you were doing. And other people we don't mention on camera. We got all your information. So now, ready for court time, 2025, we start going after people. And we got all your information. So I brought in a private investigator to dig through people's information to figure out exactly where you work at and where you lay your head. So we can send you a nice little certified letter to you, letting you know you're getting sued. See you in court. I warned you, didn't I? So the first one we're going to strike is Mr. Fernando Gonzalez. He's the one we're hitting the hardest. He's going to hit the hardest. $175,000 civil court for that whole defamation nonsense and address, all that stuff. And then $60,000 for CCB. We filed two charges with them on the Crystal Edge, 2 separate ones with that. And then federal court again with the Black Series edition. And that's going to cause jail time, because we're requesting 35 to 50 years. That's what we want. Mind you, he's already going to have on court document records from the CCB, which is also government, showing that he lost 2 cases with the CCB. You better show up, by the way. If I were you, show up. So when we get to the federal court, it's going to show already on document that you basically committed other acts against my company involving copyrights. How easy this is going to be to throw you in jail. So he's going to get jail time. Again, like I said, with all the craziness going on right now, and I'm gonna be honest with you, with deportation, I know your nationality. This is not the place you want to be at in a courtroom at all, period. You want to be around any government officials or nothing whatsoever. Because what I mean by, they're just, it's different. People say, well, it's just, no. They've gone mad with this craziness. They try to go after American Indians, which are Native American Indians. They try to go after them. Now, they try to go after them, they're going to try anything. I watched a report on one guy They tried to lock him up because they said he looked Spanish. He was white. But they said because he looked Spanish. Now they're just stopping anybody and just asking for documents. Whether you're Mexican or not, they're asking for documents. And I'm glad it got overturned today where he tried to go in and he tried to get people that their birthrights. If you were born here, you automatically can be, you can't do this in the Constitution. They turned that down. Let me put it this way. For everybody who's frightened about Trump, there's nothing really to worry about, and I'll tell you why. Because he's pushing the government. He's trying to see how much he can get away with. That's what he's trying to figure out. It's going to be a little uncomfortable. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a little comfortable, but everything he does is going to get overturned. Because you can't go against the Constitution. There's rules and regulations you can't do. And that's why a lot of these people, these attorney generals and other people are challenging him in court. Because once you get that judgment, that's the end of it. We're done, moving on. And that's what he tried to do with the Constitution. He tried to go against it by saying that, hey, you were born here in the United States. At the end of the day, you have a right to go back over. You haven't seen that? There's so many people that are here that were born here from different countries. That's crazy. You're talking about a lot of people in Hollywood. You're talking about sports athletes. You're about a lot of people. You can't do that. It's against the Constitution. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to change the Constitution. He's trying to make it so that he can get a third year. He ain't getting no third term in here. He's not getting that because it's against the Constitution. That was put there in place to keep people from basically going through what they went through in England. Remember, settlers came from England, came over to the U.S. over here. The whole entire thing in Christopher Columbus. You know how that all goes. But anyway, they didn't want to be actually under suppression under one person. Let's change this out. So that's why all that was put in place. And those people were killed. You ever look at a documentary on how that was made? Yeah, they were killed. They killed them all. Because again, they put a lot of rules in place that they didn't want. But we need it badly. So now you see, I tell you one thing. People who take the Constitution for granted, now you see how important it is. It's very important. There's a lot of things in there that protect you and me. So at least if their kids are here, somebody's here of 18 or whatever. And I'll keep in mind also too, I looked that up, that if you are deported, you can come back and get your citizenship. Because, they can't block that. They can't tell you can't get your citizenship. You come back here, you want to become an American citizen, and they're going to say you can't be an American citizen because you're Mexican. You got a lawsuit coming, buddy. Go file a lawsuit. Because again, you should have a right to file for your citizenship. And then for the idiots out there at the end of the day, they're saying that, well, Mexican. What about Mexicans today? Let me tell you something. This guy at the end of the day, yeah, he's Mexican. We know that from the door. Jamie's Mexican. We know that. Do we say that all Mexicans are dirty, cheats, break the law, commit crimes, all that because of him? No, at all. He's just an idiot. That's just him. But you got plenty of people out there that will say it otherwise. They'll say, oh, because they met him and they realize what he is. They'll say all Mexicans are thieves, all Mexicans are robbers, all Mexicans are this, that, and the other. They'll say that because of one person. I don't see it that way. He's just a jerk. I got friends of mine that are Mexicans. They're the coolest people on the face of the planet. I got Mexicans about to be married into my family. Met their family. Coolest, nicest people I've ever met on the face of the planet. He's just a jerk. That's all. You're going to have Black people that are going to be cool, you can hang with, chill with, and you're going to have Black people going to be jerks. You have Asian people going to be cool, and Asian people are jerks. Every race has that group, and within their circle, we have jerks. Can't blame an entire race because of a bunch of jerks. You have to just blame the jerks. That's all. If you can't see past that, you're not mature. You're a child at the end of the day. That makes you just as worse as they are. So that's where that stands at. So I don't look at that and the fact where I say, oh, yeah, all Mexicans are jerk because we had this guy come over and freaking touch our copyrights, make threats to my family, my deceased mother, stuff like that. We don't judge the Mexican race on him. He's just a jerk at the end of the day. And because he's a jerk, when I sit there and say, oh, yeah, they have a right to put the wall up, get him out of here, I'm done with these people at the end. No. They got a right to be here. They have a right to get their citizenship. They have a right to get a slice of the American dream. That's what they have a right to. He's just a jerk at the end of the day. So for him, if he ever gets up there and says, "Oh, he counts," yeah, go ahead and say that. I got Mexicans in my family. I got ties with the Mexican people that I'm cool with, that I chill with on a day-to-day basis, that would kick your behind at the end of the day for basically talking to me that way. I called in my Spanish, my Mexican brothers, and they called me the brother from another mother. Yeah, they would whip his behind if they walked up to him. So yeah, you're just a jerk. That's all you are, Jamie. Just a jerk. And I'm gonna see you in court when I see you. So you'll see me soon. But I still believe at the end of the day that they have a right to be here. Even him, he has a right to be here. Even though he's a jerk, he has a right to be here. But I'm saying that with all this craziness going on, the last thing you want to do is end up in a courtroom. You don't want the spotlight on you. Because you never know who's sitting up in a courtroom. You don't want that. That's like when they had the 9/11, man. I had to shave my beard. I literally had to shave it off. I had a full beard, man. I had to shave everything off. Because again, people might mistake me for something else. Even though I don't look it, but it happens. People get mistaken. So yeah, shave your beard off. All that stuff, clean shave. I'm African American. My mom was like, "You might want to shave that thing off." And I was like, "Why?" She said, "You see the news?" And I looked up and I saw it. I was like, "Oh my God." And yeah. So for a long time, Arabics were harassed. Didn't make a difference what nationality they were, because you do know there's different nationalities of Arabics, right? They're not all the same, but you got ignorant people and they don't know how to crack books at the end of the day. Same thing happened when you had what was it? Is it World War? No, World War II was Hitler. I think World War One was basically Japan. I think Japan was World War One. So anyway, basically, when they bombed Pearl Harbor, they attacked. You know the crap that went on with Japanese citizens that had nothing to do with that. They were harassed badly. I mean, badly from ignorant people. Can't blame those at all. Like I say all Germans are Nazis. Can't say that. Those ones that supported that nonsense, that supported Adolf Hitler and all that stuff, they're Nazis. Those people are not Nazis. And you crack a book, which some people don't know how that works. I'm literally going to have a book called Instruction Guide How to Open a Book. Because you would realize, if you basically studied history, which some people, I guess, whether they don't know how to read, I don't know what goes on with that. But you would notice that there were German citizens that were protecting Jews. They had their houses made so that they have hidden compartments, hidden rooms, where they can hide Jews that were hiding from Hitler. Just like when I look at my people at the end of the day, you got people saying, I got some people saying, "Oh man, I don't eat nothing that's white." You know what I mean? It's about white this and that and that. I'm like, oh God, how ignorant are you at the end of the day? You making me look bad at the end of the day. You dropping my people back 3,000 more years, man, on that dumb nonsense. You do know, like in the March of Martin Luther King and civil rights movements, there were Caucasians in there. Jeez. Gotta wake up, people. Y'all need to wake up and cut that nonsense out. Yep. And where we at with this? I got things I got to do. I like to speak my mind, I like to voice my opinion. That's what I do. And that's right. You just got people out there that just want to hate for the sake of just hating, because they just like to hate. That's what they do. And that's all they know. And don't worry about that. Or there's somebody that hates you more than you hate everybody else. They hate you every single day. He just hates you. You know what that is? That's the devil. And he's going to collect what belongs to him. Because he filled you with all that hatred. And he hates you more than you hate you. He hates you more than you hate other people. He can't stand you. Matter of fact, he would have nothing would make him more happier than to watch you torment, torture, and burn in that lake of fire, screaming for eternity. That's what he wants. That makes him so happy. But he feels you full of so much hatred, so you can act that way, so he can condemn your soul, so he can bring you onto his side, so he can basically get what he wants. He can do what he wants to do with you. There you go. Because he can't stand you. Hates your guts. You know why he hates you? Because you're born from God. That's why. You're one of God's creations. He hates you so much. You know, like nothing about you. oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely doom this guy. Then they get him to do something really stupid so I can get him down here with me at the end of the day, so I can torture him. Till my time comes, because he's gonna be tormented too. Yeah. So keep in mind, when you hold hatred in towards someone else and you hate them, keep in mind there's someone that's causing you to do that hates you more than you hate that person. And they're going to try to kill you every single day they get a chance. Every day. Yeah. And I tell people at the end of the day when they get all crazy, so I'm going to ask you a question. If the devil popped up in your living room, just popped up, and all this craziness and all this, it's scariness that you wouldn't believe, what would you do? Who would you call on? I mean, no point getting a gun. That's not going to work. You're not killing that. Fallen angel? Nah. That won't work. Gonna fight it? They ain't gonna win that one at all. That's definitely not gonna happen. I mean, heck, he has demon possession. It's possession, which means he can jump in your body and cause you to jump off a bridge, kill yourself, cut your throat. Well, he can do one of those easily. He can do possession easy. So what's next? What else you got? Trying to use some black magic? Well, that's like the devil going against the devil. That's not gonna work. That's like, using a flamethrower to put out a fire. It's not going to work. It's just going to make things worse. So what else we got? Oh, what most people go to is they go to God, because they know that God is the only one that the devil fears. That's where they go to, right? So I'm going to sit on that and break that at all, period. But you've been hating another individual for no reason at all and causing trouble for them and doing the devil's work. And then when you see exactly what he looks like and he's right in front of your face, the first person you run to is God. Because that's the only one that can get rid of him. That's the only one he fears. You don't fear nobody else. That's like devil worshippers who do their seances and stuff like that, and they think they control the devil. The devil has been here before your existence, before you were even thought of. He was here. He knows everything about you. He's been here. He's seen God's face. That's what you're dealing with. He's actually seen God's face. He's talked. He spoke with God. And you think you control that. You control nothing. He makes you believe you control something when you really actually don't. You're his puppet at the end of the day. The right time comes, he's going to get you to commit a sacrifice. He's going to take you. Yeah. They play games. They do. They play games. That's why you got to put on that whole armor of God. Bam, 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 bam. Because if you even knew half of the stuff that was staring you back in the face, you're like, what the freak is that? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen demons before. I've seen demons. They're not something, not in their true form. I've seen demons in human form. And it's scary as I don't know what freakiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This went on for about a couple months for me. I couldn't figure out why I was going through that whole path as an early Christian. I think the Lord was trying to tell me at the end of the day that this is what you were having conversations with when you were out there in that world carrying on. This is what they look like. And mind you, I didn't see them in true form because I don't think I would have been able to handle that. A heart attack definitely would have popped up. I saw enough to see at the end of the day that I never want to see them ever again. And this went on for like a month or so that I saw these demons. And they knew who I was. They knew my name and everything. Only, let me see, how many spoke? 2 spoke. 2 of them spoke, and 1 giggled, 1 laughed. No one laughed. I heard 1 laugh behind me. I knew what they were. They couldn't touch me because I'm covered in the blood. But I seen them. I definitely seen them. And you talk to some people from the church, and they'll tell you, yeah, you're not alone out here. There are things walking around this earth. There are things that are trying to get into your house every single day. They're trying to get in. Give them a way in, they come in, and they don't come alone. They always says in the Bible, if one gets in, he brings a lot with him. They infest the house. Yeah. There you go. If that freaks you out, you should. Yep. But anyway, that's why you want to, keep close to God, because you know what's out there waiting for you. I got friends say, hey, we're going to the nightclub. I'm good. I'm staying home. Why are you staying home? Well, I ask you a question. Is Jesus going to be in the nightclub? No, he's not going to be in there. We go to the nightclub. Satan's going to be in there. It's a lot of souls in there to collect in there. You can trigger off one argument there. Somebody come back with a gun, and there you go. Let's get something started while we're in there. All right. Let's see. Looking for something here, trying to figure out where I put it. See, that's why I told you I was right in there. Pick them up something. No, we don't need that. We're good. Let's move to my own voice. That's good. Yep. That's why I try to. Somebody makes me angry, I pray, and I put it in God's hands because I know who's talking in my ear that fast. And that's how fast and quick he is. I know that's who it is. The problem is that man does not recognize the devil. Man sees it as himself being angry. You don't understand. That's Satan that quick that can pop into your head. The minute you leave that opening, you can be walking down the street. You can be as happy as can be, right? You're not thinking about doing anything sinister or nothing like that whatsoever. But the minute, say somebody cuts you off or do something, you lose your temper and you get upset that quick, that fast he's in. He's in that quick. He's in that quick. That's how fast he'll get in there. This is opportunity to get in. And this is why when Christians get upset, they start praying because they know it's Satan right there trying to get in. They'll start praying right from the door, like, Lord, I put this in your hands. Take this anger from me. Do not let the devil use this against me. Right there from the door. Shut that down. Yep. Hey, I was looking for this. I gotta get it. I gotta organize stuff. Damn, man, I got my cubes. These are the big ones too. Your butterfinger in it, man. Your butterfinger in it. I found it already. See over here. Butterfinger in it. Now I know some people sit there and say, "Hey, what's this got to do with this, that, and the other?" Well, it does every day. My life has something to do with God. I'm not talking about him all the time in every video demonstration. Where do you think I got all this stuff from? You think I learned all this stuff from? Where do you think all this stuff comes from every day? I don't have a genie in a corner I rub on the bottle like, hey, today I want this wish. All this comes from God. Everything I have comes from God. When I'm out there on site, I'm going to talk about Jesus. When I'm out there in trade shows, I'm going to talk about Jesus. Well, anywhere I'm at, I'm going to talk about Jesus. This is where it all came from. I didn't make all this stuff. This all comes from God. You sit there and God will bless you and give you a wonderful blessing, and you basically forget him. Don't you hate it when you open up a door for somebody and they don't even say thank you? You don't like that, do you? They just walk on past like they expect for you to open that door for them. And you're like, you got to be kidding me. Like, no, thank you. It sound like it was just like, hey, something. But nothing at all. Not a thing. Gee whiz. You think God feels that way when he blesses you with amazing blessings? You don't even announce his name. Imagine working on a project side by side with somebody, and they get elected for this big project, and they never mention your name. Nothing at all. Hard work, but not a thing. Nothing. How would that make you feel? That'd make you really upset, wouldn't it? You want recognition. That's what you want. You want to be, appreciated for the work you put in. That's how God feels when he blesses you to have nice things and you don't give him that praise. Because you should. Because you wouldn't have had it without him. That's how he feels. You are walking in God's shoes sometimes. You are. So we go out to eat, thank him for the food. Yeah. You can't find one. What is the one? Only one of these. What? It's in the way of progress. I cannot find one. All right, I can't find one of these. This is just jacked up. I mean, we think we would have these things laying around all over the place. We just can't find one of them. Mug or whatever. Well, I move past it. That's what we do. Let me see. So that's usually what I gotta do today. And then later on, when I don't need it, it'll be like somewhere, boom, all over the place. Like, where the frick are you at when I need you? What are you? could have used you. Perfect. This will work. All right. That's what I got to do when I get up in the morning. I end this fight and battle for things to be done. All right. That. Don't get that on there because you messed up. Now, get this thing done because I have to have this on a display. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm talking about the Lord. Some people don't want to hear it. Some people don't want to hear it. Hey, I know. I was like that once. My mom used to talk about God all the time. All the time. God, 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 God. All the time. Every time. God, 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 God. Every single day. And I go, man, Mom, don't you ever get tired of talking about God? She said, nope, I don't. I want to be tired of talking about the person that saved my life. I didn't understand that at all, period. My mom tried to read to us about things in the Bible. She did. We had Bible studies and all that stuff. She did all that stuff for us, because she was trying to save her kids. She knew that one day she was going to go home, and she needed to make sure we were protected from the devil, because she knew what he was up to. She knew the devil was going to try to take her kids. She knew that. And she would have Bible studies, and I used to hate the Bible studies. Oh my goodness, man. Saturday, sun's out, I'll be running out there with my friends and having some fun. And I'm in there listening to my mom give us Bible studies about the Bible, And man, I found that to be the most boring thing ever, man. Go to church, shoes hurt, ties around my neck. Can't wait to get out. That was the best thing about church is when it ended. I can get out and run around and can't do too much because I got my church clothes on. I get my butt kicked, but get out and run around for a little bit and take my tie off. Take my tie off. I couldn't wait to get that tie off. Even though it was a clip on, I still hate wearing the tie. Man, get out there and put my church clothes up and run out on the street, my friends. Where is that church? Really? Like, yeah. My buddy Ronnie, he was Catholic. He was like, well, at least you ain't got it worse. I'm like, I'm Catholic. I think our service is a little longer than yours. Yeah. Always talking about the Lord. Always talking about every single day. Church music plays in the house 24/7. All you hear is church music. You come to my mother's house, all you hear is church music every day. She liked the old hymns, the old-fashioned hymns. That's what she liked. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Crosses, Bible scriptures. She loved Jesus. It's the only way to live. Only way to live. There's no other way to live. Now I got other family members that grew up and they became Christians right from the door because my mom. And I got others who decided to take the long way. That'll be me. I took the long way. Extreme long way. Extreme long way. But either way, I found my way home. So if it bothers you, if it upsets you that I come on here and I talk about the Lord, well, I feel sorry for you. Because the devil don't like to hear it either. The devil can't stand it. Says, well, stand right here. That's from God. Show me how to make that. One of my proudest moments I say in my life is being able to turn down the temptation for large sums of money. I told you about those guys I met. Sometimes the Lord will send things your way just to test you. But yeah, these guys I met on Facebook, they're rich. They had money. They're very, very rich. A lot of money. I could have been a millionaire by now. Easily. Turned it down. because he disrespected my Lord. Come on, you think I had people from the door telling my man, all this technology you make, and yeah, I could have been easily been rich. I had multiple opportunities to make millions of dollars. God comes first. If you have that kind of faith in your Lord, at the end of the day, you're willing to turn down that kind of money. I did, because I already went through that already. I lost I lost my way, and I got obsessed with money, and it took me a while to get it back. It took me about 2 years to get my head on straight and get it back. Lord had to take everything from me. Best thing ever happened to me in my life. I got my salvation back. Learned from that experience. I'll never forget as long as I live. Never do that again. Never put money before God, ever. So yeah, when people sit there and say, investors are coming to talk to me and say, hey, all this stuff you develop, how come you ain't rich? I turn people down that don't respect God. Some people that are rich basically will put money first before they put God. That's why it says in the Bible that it's easy for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to inherit the kingdom of heaven. Because they can't go. Their money is their God. They will basically drop their cross for money. That's what happened when Jesus talked to the rich man. The rich man was telling him how he basically practiced the Sabbath and he did all this stuff. You know what I mean? His faith was so strong. And Jesus said, okay, here's what you do. Leave everything behind. Pick up your cross and follow me. And he said he walked away sadly, greatly sad, because he had great possessions. Jesus said that it's easier for a camel to enter through the eye of a needle. Imagine that, through an eye of a needle, how impossible it is for a rich man to go to heaven. That's insane. When you look at that, think about it. A camel through an eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter and inherit the kingdom of heaven, because they have great wealth and their wealth becomes their God. Now, you got some people out there that are super rich and they're Christians at the end of the day. And they're good Christians, and they don't put their money first at all, period. They are not obsessed with it or whatsoever. King Solomon was the richest man in the world. There's no billionaire that would ever match what King Solomon had. Never, ever. That's why people are trying to find his tomb, because he had wealth beyond your ever belief, beyond your belief. He was the richest man ever. You can forget about the Musk and the Bill Gates. No, they were nowhere near close to what Solomon had. He was way beyond that. Remember, he was blessed by God. You think that the money at the end of the day, the paper money you have, he had gold, diamonds, rubies, all that. It's way, way, way more money. And no, even the Arabics know, even they know King Solomon was the richest man. But anyway, money, yeah, I've had that opportunity multiple times to basically tie in with companies, and didn't do that. And those individuals that I met that were, like I said, super rich, a lot of money, and they liked my technology and they want to get a part of my business. And everything was going well. It was a great opportunity to get that investment. They were going to give me $4 million to invest in my company. They wanted about 65% of it for $4 million. I know that sounds crazy now, but anyway, that's what they were going to give me. And yeah, they did all the research. I took out certified screens. All my stuff was tested, legit, good to go. Tons of video demonstration, consistency on YouTube all the time, backing my products up on every little, challenging people. They saw all that. That's where they're investing their money, so somebody can back it up. If I'm going to invest in something, I'm going to go with somebody who has an amazing portfolio that can show me that they can flip money and make it. You can show me you can flip $10,000 and make $50,000 out of 10. I'm putting my money in you because I know you can flip it. But I got somebody at the end of the day that ain't making money. He's losing money while they invest in you. There you go. So they checked everything and basically sat down, and we had to have a meeting. I had to meet with he had other business partners I had to meet with. And he knew I was a Christian. When I talked to him, I told him all my technology comes from God. He knew that from the door. But his other friends were something else. And guy asked me, said, so how did you obtain all this information? How'd you learn all this? You go to school for chemistry or something? I said, no, I didn't go to school for chemistry. I learned all this from Jesus, from God. And they started laughing in the background, talking about, no, I don't think you got that from Jesus. I think you got maybe a little incitement, but no, you didn't get anything from Jesus. Come on, tell us the truth. And I said, no, I got all this from Jesus. Already in the back of my head, the deal was off that fast because of what he just said. And they laughed about it, and I clicked on the phone up. And the guy was like, wait. Now, you didn't think anybody's going to hang up on $4 million. Come on now. Who would do that? Because, these guys are used to buying people at the end of the day. I did. I hung the phone up. And they called back again. So I think we had a disconnection. I said, no, we had a disconnection. I said, I don't appreciate the fact that and disrespect my Lord and Savior that way. He's the one that blessed me with all this technology, and you find that funny. That deal was already over from the door. There was nothing they could have said to me, talked to me, and that whatsoever. Because you've already showed me your true colors. If you have no respect for my Lord, then I have no business doing business with you at all whatsoever. It will not work. It's unequally yoked. It's like sitting at a table among demons and angels. I'd rather sit with the angels any day. So I said, we're done. This is we're finished, and that was the end of it. And then that went on to some freaking weird. I guess they're trying to not debate, but trying to fix things or whatever was going on. And I kept dropping the amount they could give me because the more money you invest in, the more of the company you have. So I was saying, I kept coming out and messing with it. I said, well, I don't want freaking $4 million. Let's make it $500,000. So that's a huge, massive drop from $4 million to $500,000. And I kept dropping it. It got all the way down to around $25. That's where it got to. Because at that point, I was just messing with them. And then I got $25. I got $50. I got $100. I don't need y'all. So click. That's it. That's just to show them at the end of the day that your money don't mean jack and you can't buy people at the end of the day. Now, for anybody else hearing this with, I would have took that in a hot second. Yeah, you'd have dropped your cross. You'd have ran with the demons. And the demons would end up cutting your throat in the process. And then there where you've been at the end of the day. Yeah. You put God before money. You don't put your money before God. That's how that works. I ain't taking jack. I don't want it. And the reason why, what you got to understand is the big picture of it all is the fact that everything belongs to God. If it is meant for you to have this, you will have this. If it's not meant for you to have this, you will not have this. That's how it works at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, he takes care of you. He watches over you. I've never starved, didn't go hungry, nothing when I had my company, none of that whatsoever. Even when I was out there, I was doing what I had to do. I still never went because God had my back. Always had clothes on my back, always had a roof over the top of my head, always had food in my stomach, always had everything I needed was taken care of. Everything I needed was provided for me, everything. So what good is your money to me at the end of the day? God owns your money. You don't have any. God owns your very breath that comes out of your mouth every single second. Right now, the very breath that comes out of your mouth belongs to God. So what could you give me at the end of the day? You don't even own your life. So now in the position I'm at right now with ad tech, I am going to be a millionaire with all this technology we have now. My company is already set up to move forward to the next stage, which means branch out to big companies. We're already in place. Some people want that fast gratification of getting rich now. That's dangerous. Sit back and wait. Let the Lord take control of the wheel and let him handle it. What do you want to do? Let me put it this way. Would you rather drive with your eyes open or your eyes closed? You drive with your eyes closed, 100% there's a good possibility you're definitely going to die. If you have your eyes open, you can see exactly what's coming at you. That's why I'd rather let Jesus take the wheel and I just sit back and just learn. Instead of me basically trying to figure it all out before him and drive down a crowded, busy intersection with my eyes closed. Because you're going to slam into something because Satan's going to be right there with a Mack truck. Something, hey, check out that out. Bam! And that's it. You know what I mean? The devil's looking to destroy you. And he'll bring all kinds of people in your path at the end of the day to try to disrupt whatever he tries to disrupt. He'll try to entice you with money. He try to do it with Jesus. Try to entice Jesus with wealth. He just sat there and said, you bow down and kneel before me, and I'll give you all that you see before you. How did that work out? It all belongs to Jesus anyway. See how fast and slick the devil is at the end of the day? You're going to tell Jesus. Jesus was God. You know who he is. But yeah, you're going to ask him anyway. Bow down before me and worship me, and I'll give you everything you see before you. Do not tempt the Lord your God. How are you going to tell me to worship you? I own all this. It's mine anyway. So yeah. I find it interesting when people throw money and say they got positions. I could get your company here. I can get your company there. I'm like, no, I'm good. If it's meant to be, God will make it be. And if it's not, then I move on. I got things to do. Sometimes I meet customers. Sometimes they'll sit there and they'll throw clout in my face and say, well, I got all these YouTube followers at the end of the day. Oh, I could help you out, so and so and so. You've already turned me off that fast. That fast. And it's the way they say it. It's the way they come in and say, yeah, I can help you out. You know what I mean? Maybe if it does what it's supposed to do, it's going to do what it's supposed to do, is test it. If you don't like it, ship it back. We'll test it in front of YouTube for everybody. No problem with that. But I'm just saying, what I mean? We can help you out. Because with us, we can help you. We can get you to that next, get you where? The next level? Is that what you're trying to say to the day? So you want me to basically bend over backwards, do things differently? Because people just we want this customized and that customized. You do this right, we'll give you this, that, and the other. So I'm not that person at the end of the day. You would turn me off on that one. I'll send your money back to your account. I'll lock you out. I'm done. All my stuff is provided by God. Once you get to that point and you understand that everything you have comes from God, you no longer need to bend over backwards and kiss someone's behind at the end of the day. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You can have a boss that can run you through the ringer and dangle over top of your head that you're going to get this promotion. And you'll run over and kiss his feet and do this and do coffee runs, whatever he tells you to do. Just being a complete idiot through the whole process. Him to get the promotion to somebody else. That dumb nonsense. Or put it in God's hands and the Lord tells you to try to walk, then you walk. And the Lord will bless you with a better job, better position. He doesn't do that nonsense anymore because the Lord takes care of his people. Just like you take care of your kids, you know what I mean? You get them nice things and you want to make sure they have good things in life, right? That's why the Lord takes care of his people. You don't chase money, chase God. That's the problem. That's how people lose their salvation on the earth. That's how people end up in hell. Because they're too busy chasing money. The devil will put all kinds of stuff out here for you, all kinds of things to distract you. All these things to distract you. Just like my messy desk right here. All this is to distract you. Jesus is right here. He's right there. Right over there. He's right there. Can't see him. You got money, you got cars, you got women, got the men, because Christian women get persuaded, all that, or women of the world. Got all this. Look at all this clutter in front of you. Got all that clutter right in front of you. And Jesus is right there. He's right there. And all this connection in here, well, the devil, which is in the midst of it all, trying to keep your mind off of that and keep you in all this. And the problem is that when the time comes, when it's time for you to be called back, because no one lives here forever on this planet, or God forbid, he gets his wish and he's able to unalive you in the process of all this clutter, and you don't see that over there that's trying to warn you, hey, look, that guy is right there. He's in this mess. He's right there. He's right there. And you can't see him. He's right there. He's right there. And he keeps you occupied with all kinds of stuff. He'll bring people into your life to clutter your mind, all kinds of stuff. He'll bring bad people into your life. And then it can be fallen angels. You never know. It can be anything. But he'll keep you in here. He'll get you on drugs. Some people get caught on drugs and drinking and he's got you sedated. He's got you in his world. Keep you in there as long as he can. All kinds of stuff. Drugs don't come from God. They don't. All that stuff, no. So he'll keep you in that world, and then bit by bit, he'll just keep adding stuff in there. Bigger stuff. Start off small, and he'll just keep putting in more stuff on top of that. Just keep stacking stuff up. And sooner or later, that'll disappear. You won't see that anymore. You'll be caught behind all this craziness right here, because that'll be way up here, and you won't be seeing that. But you can still hear it. You can still hear the Lord calling out to you. Right through all this, he's calling out to you and telling you that come this way. Come this way. This is the way you want to go. That's what I did. I didn't listen. I was behind all this right here. And it got to a point I could barely see that at all, period. But I could still hear him, but I could barely hear him. And the devil was trying his hardest to kill me on this side over here. But then, when I got locked up, you don't have these anymore on you because all that's gone. Money and can't be around women when you're locked up. You're in the prison system, so that's gone. All that's gone. Everything here's gone. That's all. Take that, put all that over there. That's all taken away. It's all gone. Let's get all this stuff out of the way because none of this. We're locked up. Right? It's all we have. Next, that's all gone. Let's unplug this. We don't need that. That's going. Get that out of here. Yep. Oh, yeah. Now, I can see Jesus because all my stuff was gone. I was locked up. I don't need that stuff. I don't need any cars or bikes or any of that stuff, clothes, jewelry. Well, it's gone. I don't have it. I'm in the prison system now. But an interesting thing in the prison system, so was the devil. Devil's in there too. Oops, get over here. He's right there. He's right there. Trying to get you back. Now you got a decision while you're there. Which one you're going to choose? You want to choose the devil? You're going to choose God. The devil will tell you you're done. Everything's over. You're messed up. He's the one that messed you up. He'll tell you you're messed up. It's over. He'll make you depressed, make you feel like you want to commit suicide because there's no way out of this situation. Not even God can help you. So you have a choice. What path you're going to take. And when Mom gave me the Bible, he left. And he was the only one there. So that's the one I followed. That's the one I took. And ever since then, he's always been here. And him has been way back there. There you go. That's how you sum up what happened in my life. So that's all I see. I don't see this stuff over here. All the interesting things in the world that could clog me up and mess me up. I just see him. That's it. That's all I see. And then when I see him, I see the blessings that he's blessed me to be able to have because he gave me these blessings. He gave me these blessings. And that's all I see. I see him. And I see his blessings. And that's why I talk about his blessings. That's why I talk about him every day on my channel because that's all I see is him. Because he's the one that gave me all this. He gave me nothing at all, period. Not a thing. The devil back there gave me nothing. Not a thing. He gave me death and destruction. That's all he gave me. He lied to me. Told me that I was doing all these right things. I was doing nothing. I was condemning myself. And he kept calling out to me. No matter what went on, he never gave up on me. He kept calling out to me. And now, well, he's not even in the picture anymore. Because the stronger my faith got, and the longer I basically walked and picked up my cross and traveled with Christ, the less I saw of him and the more I saw of him. But every once in a while, he'll pop up. He does. It pops up once in a while, but he can't get close to me. Lord will say, nope, I pray and put in God's name. You got to run. You got to go back over there. Because Christians get angry and get upset. We do. We're human. We do. But we have to remember, put it, when the devil gets in there, put it in God's hands. And Lord will get it right there. He'll protect you. And the devil got to go. Yes, sirree. Now, I'm start working on my stuff. I can make sure this is dry because if I get any paint on that surface, I'm going to damage it. Here we go. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. Bum, 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 bum. What if I broke this thing? Feels like it's not clickety clickety. Oh, it is clickety clickety. It's clickety clickety. It's clickety clickety. It's extra clickety clickety. All right. Let's finish and complete it. Another stone. Make sure this is dry completely because I do not want. If I get this thing hits my screen, it'll damage it big time. All right. Yep. Turn it down. Turn it down. I turn it down. That's what happens, people. That will get you caught up. You know, you get somebody who sang in the church, beautiful, beautiful voice. Some people have these magnificent voices. They're called being touched by God. Angels sing the Lord all the time. And they sing in the church. Beautiful voice. And sometimes these scouts will go to these churches and they'll sit there and listen to people sing, get them signed in. You ain't got to be on YouTube sometimes. Sometimes the scout will walk into a church and hear them sing. And they'll promise money, fame, and all this things of this world that they're promising. Fast things they can get now. You can get that money, get that car, get that vacation home, get that big house. You can get that to you now. Sign that contract. And the parents are warned, like, don't do it. Don't sign it. Stay in the church. There are plenty of Christian singers out there that have been blessed by God to have careers in the music business. But he'll come out there and say, sign it, sign it, sign it. And sometimes they sign that contract. And then they get caught up in that world. They get caught up in the pressures of being told to do things that go against their religion. And they get caught up in that life with the drugs and drinking and the what do you call it? The yes people who will convince you to do things that you shouldn't do to try to control you. You know how that all goes at the end of the day. It sign you into something you can't get out of. Lock you into something. Make them believe that to your friends at the end of the day. You can literally see between that in-between world, you just see nothing but demons just sitting around you, just smiling at you. You get that? Jesus is in there. He's in there telling you at the end of the day, don't sign it. Don't do this. Don't do that. But you want to be a part of the group. You want to be, they cry. You want to be all that. You want all that they gave. See, that's what you want, that you got caught up in. And the sad thing about it is people get caught up in that life and they go through the whole process of it all. And then later on, they go through the whole depression and everything else that comes along with it, because that's when the Satan pops up the most. Put that depression into you. And some of them kill themselves. Shame. Suicide is there's several sins that you cannot be forgiven, and suicide is definitely one of them. You read in the Bible, don't believe me. Or take the book, or read it. That's an unforgivable sin because you took something that didn't belong to you, stole from God. So the devil got him. Got him out of the church. Brought someone into that church to get to them. And promised them money and fame and everything else. You can have it right now if you want to take it. You take it. Whitney Houston. Yeah, she was in church. Father was a minister. Did you know that? Beautiful, amazing voice. I mean, beyond incredible voice. Touched by God. What happened to her? Shame, ain't it? Yep. She's a Christian woman. She was. She got caught up in that world. Now, she could have stayed in the church. She could have became a powerful gospel singer for God. Yeah, they get paid very well, extremely, extremely well. There's a lot of Christians on the planet. They get paid extremely well. So, yeah, she would have still had it. But it might have taken a little longer, but she would have still had it. She got caught up in that world. Yeah. And that hurts me. It breaks my heart about that. About Whitney. People laugh about that, about her being on crack and all that stuff with Bobby and stuff like that. It broke my heart when she passed away because, again, she was a Christian woman. She sang in the church for the Lord, and her father was a minister. And it broke my heart to see that happen. I wish somebody, I know Jesus was calling out to her. He was calling out to her. I know he was. But I wish there were more Christians around her at the end of the day to tell her, whoop, and tell her that, you're in a bad path. I wish there was. There's nobody there. Nobody. And Jesus tried. Of course, Jesus can do all he can. But if you don't listen, it ain't going to work. You got to listen. It's like me, when I sat there and I ran those streets and carried on, Jesus called out to me multiple times. I heard him. I just didn't listen. Just imagine if I had walked out there any day. Strawberry Mansion. And those, I'm talking about North Philadelphia, Strawberry Mansion. I was actually 5 houses from Strawberry Mansion. I was in that section over there in the heart of North Philadelphia. 1980s, when crack cocaine first came out. When it first came out. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I never seen a drug do so much destruction in my life. They would have sold their kids for that stuff, man. I was there before they watered it down when it was pure. Man, I watched destruction on so many levels. I've never seen a drug just rip through a race of people so fast, so quick. Nothing left at all. I watched entire families collapse. Women who had good jobs. Good jobs. I remember one woman, she worked at a bank. Every day, hair done, nails done, nice suit, drove a nice BMW, you know what I mean? And then she went to a party and somebody got her into that stuff and she took it. And she never looked the same after that. Out there washing cars, fingernails all black, hair all crazy looking, just crazy. And you would think at the end of the day, you see that and go, I would never touch that stuff. Look at the results of it. But they kept touching it and they kept using it. Because everybody thought at the end of the day that they could beat it, and you couldn't beat it. You could beat it. You couldn't take it and not take it again. There's a documentary I watched on YouTube about a guy who was very, very intelligent black man. Had a NASA math in his head, like really intelligent, crazy intelligent guy. And he went to a party and somebody introduced him to crack. I never forget that I watched a documentary on that. And he said right there and then, that night, he went to his banking account and got out $1,500 and went and got crack. I'm like, good gracious. I've seen the destruction on it up front in person. I've seen it. I lived in a neighborhood that was crazy by it. But just to hear somebody's interview on basically what was going on in the mind of the people that I was seeing every single day that was going through that destruction path, that was crazy. Like, it had that much of a hold on him. He had it that night. And that night, he went out and spent, I think, $1,500 out of his banking account. So, yeah, it got to a point that he was smoking this stuff every single day. And of course, if you know how they work, if they know somebody that's got a little money, you have other people that will tag along with you because they're guaranteed to get high because you have money, stuff like that. So you're going to have a lot of bad influences that'll tag in at the end of the day that keep you on that stuff or stronger stuff that they can get you on so they can get their high too also. Yeah, more demons at the end of the day. Believe it or not, more people that are involved with demons. This is crazy. But anyway, that's the way he was explaining it. And this man had very serious money. He was a very well-educated man. He could get a job anywhere. He had outstanding credit. And yeah, he was blowing through all his resources just to get this high, just to get the high. So he had a job. He got a really good job, some kind of IT tech entry job he got. And he was talking about he only had it for like 3 days. Because when he got paid, he went out and he got high and he didn't come back to work until Thursday, which was, Saturday from Thursday, you're missing, you're not there. So he knew he was fired. He didn't come back in. But he got credit. You can get off money and get things off his credit and get loans and stuff. And he didn't blow through his savings. He still had money on him. But at the interview, when the guy was doing the interview with him, he said, well, what are you thinking about right now? He said, I'm thinking about crack right now. He said, so what you going to do? He said, well, after the interview, I'm going to go take $200 out of my account and go buy me some crack. And what he explained was, like, mind you, now, when I was coming up, I saw crack houses all the time. We never went in those things. We never know what the freak's waiting for you in a crack house. We never went anywhere near crack houses. But what he explained in that interview is now what I understood what went on in crack houses. And he talked about how he was sitting there, very high, very intelligent individual at the end of the day, sitting there in the corner, high as a kite, watching people come in. He saw police officers come in. He saw doctors. He said, you think at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of low class, or what do you want to call it, how people call them trailer trash, or those people at the end of the day on the low of the ladder, it's just them coming. He said, no, it's not that. That stuff affected everybody. He said there were police officers in there. There were school teachers. There were doctors. There were all types of people, all different class, rich, poor, whatever, was in that house buying that crack. He said the crazy thing he ever saw, he saw a woman come in there with her baby, 6-month baby, give it to the drug dealer, told her to hold the baby, she'll be right back. Yeah. She's seen kids in there outside waiting for their mothers. Now, I've witnessed that one right offhand. I witnessed basically seeing some of my friends wait for their mothers outside a crack house. I witnessed that. I've seen that, but I know we never knew what went on in them places like that. But yeah, so that was crazy. But the impact of the interview was right after he went and got his $200. He died. He died in one of the houses because you could be smoking the same stuff, and I've seen it. You can smoke the same stuff, but you can get a new dealer, and that stuff may be laced with something, and it might not work well with you. And people pass out, they die. I've watched people drop right in the street, and they're gone. Imagine you sitting out there talking to your friends, and you're watching the same crackhead you see every day walk past you, and he's staggering. He hit the ground, boom, he's gone, just like that, dead. And this is a fellow who had a respectable job, who drove a nice car, who had a nice home, who had a family, and he's reduced to that. A friend of mine, he was a dealer. He wasn't a dealer when I met him, but he was a dealer a long time ago. He was young, he got into it, and people sit there and say, well, hey, look, the dealers at the end of the day, you know what I mean? They're to blame for everything. Yeah, they're a cause of it, but then you got to look at the other side where they come from too, which is kind of jacked up too. It's messed up. It's like one messed up thing for another messed up thing. Some of these guys that I knew at the end of the day, they didn't have the everyday household living like people have. You come home, you have food on the table, lights are on, things are taken care of. Some of these guys had bar moms. They had moms that were at the bar 24/7. They were never home at the end of the day. Leave a few dollars on the table, like 10, $5. That's based about it. That was a real thing. People don't understand that. That was actually a real thing. And some of these guys didn't eat that day. That's why my mom was considered to be, they called her mom in the neighborhood because she kind of cooked for everybody. So if you need something to eat, she was there. She made plenty of food, and, they can come in and get a hot meal. Come on my house, man. Mom's cooking tonight. That's the kind of person my mother was. That's why I said those of you who said those nasty things about her, you're lucky you didn't get out to certain individuals because, again, you wouldn't be here right now. She has just some heavy people that are heavy tied to my mother at the end of the day. Well, she helped a lot of people out in that neighborhood, and those kids had some place to go to because she was there for them. And then she would talk to them about Jesus and something, try to save them. One of them, she actually got them into a good school, a really good school. Yep. So that's the kind of person my mother was. So when you got on YouTube, I have people got on YouTube and said some very nasty things that my mother had passed. If I hadn't made, I know we live at, if I hadn't made a statement to these individuals, you'd have been meeting somebody that day or that next day. Would have had a nice come over and have a little conversation with you. Because you don't disrespect people's mothers, especially when they pass away like that. You know what I'm talking about. But anyway, so with that being said, a lot of those people didn't have like come home and have food on the table and stuff like that. They didn't have that. They didn't have a mother that was going to be there for them. They didn't have birthday parties or any of that stuff. So they had to learn to survive. And the only way to survive, if you ain't got the money to work and you don't got work papers, then there's other ways to survive. And that's how they did it. So it's crazy. You know what I mean? I think things would have been better if there was a program in there to allow kids to be able to work. You know what I mean? Work after school jobs, something like that. You know what I mean? They can make a little money here and there, support programs and stuff like that. It was more of those programs in the neighborhood. It wouldn't have been as worse as it was. It really wouldn't have been. Right? When you got coming home and you got brothers and sisters that haven't eaten and the lights are off and your house is cold, what do? So you can't look at it from the side with like, oh yeah, they're just a bunch of lazy bums. At the end of the day, they'd rather just sell drugs. What do? You can't work. You don't have papers. So what do? You gotta look at both sides of the coin. They don't want it. Some people don't want to do it. They don't want to. They don't have no choice. You in the bar. Some people remember that, going to the bar, getting your parents, they're drunk. Gotta go to the bar and get your parents out. Gotta get them home, walk them home. People grew up like that. From all different races had to go through that nonsense. But that's what they went through. But yeah, both two sides of the coin. And then you got some people that do it because they want to be rich. You want to make fast money. At the end of the day, that's them. And the sad thing about it is that when you start making that money that quick, that fast, that kind of bread, And you do are old enough now to get them papers to work. They don't want to go work now because they can make the money faster. They're already involved. And sometimes in some of those places, you can't get out that quick. You're in, you're not getting out. So you got that problem with you. So, yeah. I had a friend of mine who basically, nice kid at the end of the day. He had good parents too. They both worked. They were both people work for the city. So he had money. The family had money and all. He said he wanted certain stuff that they weren't going to pay for at the end of the day. He wanted the Jordans, the Georgetown Knights, the Patrick Ewings. He wanted a little gold at the end of the day, sweatsuit, boombox. 9 years old bus back in the 80s. That's what he wanted. And his parents weren't going to spend the money because they looked at it at the end of the day as an opportunity to get shot. Because it was an opportunity to get shot, literally, it was. But anyway, they didn't want him having it because there were so many stories about kids getting killed for sneakers and stuff like that. They didn't want him to be one of those people. And he wanted that. He wanted them sneakers badly because he couldn't get the girls and without them sneakers. And he's wearing these freaking Buster Brown sneakers and stuff like that. So he decides that he's going to sell for this family that he knew one of the girls from. 7 of the brothers were big dealers, and I can't mention their names. And they were pretty. They were very light skinned, and they had these really funny, soft gray eyes. All of them had them. Of course, they were popular because at that time, remember, light skinned people. I tease my family members that are light skinned. Yeah, the color's not in style anymore. But they had these really the light skinned, these really crazy looking eyes. They all look the same. So anyway, they had one girl in there, and he hooked up with the girl. They liked each other anyway. He was real dark skinned. There's about thinking about back then about dark skinned people and light skinned people hooking up. I don't know. So Wesley Snipes kind of thing versus, I don't know, Lisa Bonet kind of thing. But anyway, they liked each other. And they dated for a while. And she introduced him to her brothers. And her brothers were like, well, look, man, you can make a little money for us. At the end of the day, nothing heavy. You won't be embedded in or nothing like that. You know what I mean? We know you mean good because you were her. But their point was to embed him in, get him in there the deepest possible. So the more the more people you get contact with, the deeper you get in. And he was hitting the heavy hitters, like he was talking to people that were basically suppliers, and he was already in that quick. So we saw less of him, and next thing he came around the corner, man, he had the gear, the clothes, the boom box, everything everything he wanted, he had it. He had a nice little car, he picked up a nice little hoopty and stuff like that. And her and him was hanging out. They were side by side, this, that, and the other. And then somewhere along the line, something happened, which I can't say what happened, but just say a few people went missing. Things happened, and he could have been one of them. And he wanted to get out of the game as fast as possible because the person who did the whatever order was a very higher up guy, and he definitely wanted out. So he couldn't get out because they wouldn't let him out. You're in. We have a war. You're in the war. That's what's happening. Blah blah blah. Just clean way of putting it. So he was talking to us about it, and technically I didn't want to be around him because the people he was connected to, and I didn't want to be seen with him. And somebody picked me up and said, "Hey man, I seen you." Yeah, that easily happens all the time. So long story short, he got out of it, but it came with a price to somebody else. So bottom line is the family was out with her, and they were all together. He wasn't with them; he was someplace else, and they had some very heavy bags of. Let's put it this way: enough to send you up for 15 years if you're caught with one of these bags. You know what I'm talking about. So they got pulled over, and they went to the truck, and they told her that because they have they have pending charges on them, that she should just take the fall for it. She's young. She's not going to get in any trouble. They're really not going to give her any time. Oh, they don't play around. When you got that much on you, they really don't. And they knew it was theirs, but she still got hit with it too. So long story short, man, a very pretty girl, really, not a stocky girl, not a big girl. She was short and 120 pounds. And you're thrown and certified as an adult and thrown into a woman's prison. You figure it out from there. And when she got out, about 5 to 7 years, about 5 years. I think she got 5 years for that. About 5 years she got out, she didn't look the same. She was a different person. She didn't like men anymore, I'll tell you that much. And she was, her face was pretty scarred up because usually just to do with pretty women in there, they'll scar them up. But yeah, she was a different person, a complete different person. So her life was I don't know what happened to her from there, but I do know that the ones that were in there, they're not there anymore because again, they did things and they had people that were after them, and they also too went missing. too when they were in that system. So she came out just her only. They didn't come out. And he got out of it. And what did he do? He went back to school. Yeah, that's something he could write a book on. Yep, went back to work, went back to school, got a job, stayed as far away from that as he possibly could, got the freak out of the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, they took him out of the neighborhood. I remember that because parents moved him out. And that's what they did. All right, make sure this thing is dry. I'm going to slide a piece of cardboard through here because I'm definitely want to jack up. Oh, screen. Oh, yeah. See? I caught paint inside of here. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I have. And people who have, it's interesting, I had a couple of customers that came by that lived in that neighborhood. I didn't even know. I was surprised I didn't know. I'm like, you really? You living in there? Like, yeah, he was living right around the same time I was. So I don't know. Could have seen him at a block party. Could have seen him at a project party. I don't know if it's him somewhere, but he said, yeah, you ain't lying. He comes to Mr. Byrd, you ain't lying. Yeah, it was like that down there. They don't understand. There's people on the internet. If you're not from, you don't understand what I'm talking about. I say, you don't understand. All right, we got our stand up. I like my stand. Hopefully, let me see. I'm going to use here for a little bit. Make sure we got that done. I destroyed the other brush. So I wanted to paint that and get that done today too. Well, you know. They talk about that to this day, like, you know, the fact that me and my brothers are all sitting around, my family were all sitting around, the ones that grew up in the neighborhood, because the other ones didn't. But we all sit around, we talk like, man, can you believe that? All of us got out of that neighborhood alive. Isn't that an interesting conversation to have a family member? We're sitting on like all of us that lived in that neighborhood at the time we were in there. My brothers were in there, there were 6 of us there at the time. The rest of them were grown and they was out. Can you imagine? We lived in all that violence and all of us made it out. My mom prayed every single day. Every single day she prayed to the Lord. Please bring my babies home. You know. You're out there and you hear gunfire go off and your kids are out there. You know what I mean? I couldn't imagine the stress she went through. And she prayed. All of us got out. Fortunately, a lot of the friends didn't make it out. Well, yeah, that's why I talk about God, because He saved my life on so many levels. It's not even funny. I couldn't even begin to even count how many times He saved my life. Woo. Jerry. We talk about Jerry. Woo. Jerry. Jerry. Woo. Jerry. Taco, thank you for meeting me on such short notice. Jerry. Did you glue that thing down? Oh, we did we not? Mother George, we gotta bring that up, man. We can't have that there. Can't paint that there. We gotta paint it over here. Yeah. Hello. I talk about some crazy stuff, but you know, I talk about it because hopefully somebody will hear this and it'll change them. I don't know. Hopefully it does. Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, got it. Hopefully I talk to my young youth. They, most of them already know, so they don't get in any trouble, which I'm happy. I did a couple of them did. What you say? Oh, yeah, you were supposed to grab them. Now I know what we need them for. Duh. Duh. What we need them for? I very forgot. I go back up. I'm going back up now. Finish this right now. What you say? Jack, look at him already out, trying to figure out what the trouble to get into. Look at him all around and sneaking around like, what is this? You know what it is. Every day you know what it is. Let me figure out how to get into mischief. Mischief. And like the opposite of Batman. Chaos Man. This thing comes up, let's go. It's about to do something. I gotta cause some chaos. Some chaos. Cause some chaos. You're a jerk, man. Yeah, you're a jerk. You do some jerk stuff. Why is it that every time that I'm about to go do something, you gotta do that? Every time. No doubt about it. I'm gonna put a camera right there every single time. Every time. Every time. Get away from that. Leave it alone. I'm watching you. Leave it. Because if this thing falls on you, it's gonna hurt you. Because you don't be. Oh, I'm gonna be jerk. Nothing to be a jerk. Be a jerk. Oh, it's full of jerks. We got two. Ah, see, there you go. Hey, you want to go back in? Don't be a jerk. More. What you say? Don't be a jerk. Jerk. All right, let me see. Be nice. Hold it down. Be nice. Sheesh. Another life force. Let's see. We got how many of these? Yesterday. Man, I'm glad to be on site this year. So glad. So happy to be on site. Yeah. I forgot. The screen fits right up to there, so we can't put that there. Well, you just put all of them out, and you have all of them right there. Man, that fit perfectly. Now, how the screen's going to fit in there? Easy. Because there's an open gap in here and here. That's me to slide the surface in, put it in, because the screens are flexible. That's why. Makes it so much easier. So I can put the top on that, study that, and then paint everything in. All right, let me see. This swings this way. Instead. I bet you $100 on the top of the story. That burned. I want a little bit of a lip there because I want to put a halo system underneath this. That's why. Come on, baby, get in there. That's better. We're getting there. Should have made it a little bit wider, but I made it thin, so I want it to fit nice and tight. I want this in the actual fit in there. There we go. Whew. Man, that locked right in there nicely. So yeah. So it's a slot here and here on this side. Slide it in. Where this sits at, it fits just perfectly. No gap in between. I love it. Man, tell you, you get mad at me when I talk about God. How can you not deny? Look at that, man. How can you not deny? All you can do is testify. Testify and testify. Mm, 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 mm. Testify. 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 Yeah, only the devil gets mad. I know the minute when they leave, that's just Satan leaving. That's what we want. We don't want the devil here. We don't want the devil here. We don't want him here. The devil gets mad every time I talk about the Lord. We don't want him here. And when people say, well, I'm going to be here anyway. Oh, but God knows you're already there. And remember what I said. Every breath that comes from your mouth that allows you to breathe comes from God. So, you ain't got to have that at the end of the day. So you can play the devil games if you want, but you won't play God. You won't play them games at the end of the day. There you go. You learn your respect. I'm thankful every day that I have that opportunity to be able to praise His name. And if you feel that this is an opportunity for you to try to chaos and there you go. Thankful that God is merciful. Oh, merciful. Oh, knowing. Oh, merciful, knowing. Stop playing the devil's game. Great with God. That's it. Stop playing the devil's game. Stop playing that game. Stop playing it. You're not guaranteed to be here tomorrow. That's what you got to understand. You have no guarantee you will wake up the next day. You don't have one. I don't care how healthy. You can work out every single day and lift weights all day long. What does it make a difference? You're on time, God's time. You are not guaranteed. That's what scares me when I think about it. That when I was out there running the streets and carried on, I was not guaranteed every morning to get up, put my sneakers on, gear on, and walk out the door. Not guaranteed. So imagine when I was out there and I was not saved doing the devil's work, and God decided He wanted what belonged to Him back. You know, wake up the next day. Or wake up someplace else. And I had no Lord to call on to help me, to get me around that demon at the end of the day. So you have to understand, you're not guaranteed every day. Get yourself right with God. Get yourself right with God. Playing the games. People sit there and say that, hey, you do something and you figure no one will know. Nobody's going to know. Or the devil's like, I know. Because I made you do it. And when you think, and if the Lord can't get to you first, and I do, I'm going to make sure you know who I am. Yeah. Gotta get your act together, people. Get together. Get it together. Yeah. You can sit there and say, yeah, he does this because he's trying to scare us. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to get your act together. And it will be a scary situation. You know, it's a lot to process. And you got to process it. And process it. It's a real thing. Because they're Christians, they know what they're talking about. You gotta do something like that. Get something. That's the devil. Takes you away from God's word. And that's the devil. Take it away from you. And you're going to take your salvation. You're going to steal it. We'll try. Every chance he gets, he's going to try to take your salvation. Here's something fun. Here's something funny popping up in my head. Something I kind of forgot about. Sure. There's no way. On the builder, yes he can. Yes he can. wants to get some more paint because we're at the bottom half of this. I definitely want to go back over that again one more time, but other than that, looking quite nice. If you want to go the whole route with the whole box and stuff like that, I mean, it's easier than basically using wood at the end of the day, because we use wood at the end of the day, but again, we can't do that here at all. Cut machinery and all stuff like that. But you get some of that nice linoleum paper, piece it in there nicely, a nice little design out of that. We just build that to show off the screen, but it's going to fit in there quite nicely. Let that dry up. And you're done. Meanwhile, I got paint everywhere on my hands. That's what we do. We get paint on our hands. I have enough of this. Sorry. Get that going. Whoa. Wrong direction on that one. There we go. And we got enough for the bottom. We should. All right, I'm gonna pop down probably this week to my old apartment. Go check out my Mexican brothers. Got people down there I chill with. See how they doing. Pop down there and pay them a visit. I ain't seen them in a while. These are the party people, the people I met when I was in the apartments. I'm gonna tell you something. When I finally can get all this in the head to get in courtroom, I told you I'm gonna get him in arbitration, not arbitration, but judges' chambers. Because I got to talk to them before we do this. I got to. I got to ask at the end of the day, do you drink or anything, or do any recreational drugs? Because I mean, I expect 16-year-old, 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 13-year-old, 10-year-old, 9-year-old to do that kind of activity. Some of the emails we got from them were just downright freaking like kids, like a kid's mentality. Like if I say something, they would try to mock it and tease me about it. Like I'm gonna read some of your emails to you. You explain that back to me. Now, it's your choice. They don't want to go on and judge. They don't have to. But I just want to, talk to you before we start doing everything we do in that courtroom. I'm definitely going. Like I said, it's going to happen. So I just gotta sit there and just have a little conversation with you and say, "Well, what's wrong with you? Why would you do something like this? Do you really think this was the adult way to go about it?" I'm gonna talk to you man to man because for some reason y'all have a hard time with basically if you don't want to call me and talk to me like a man, y'all want to play jokes and scream and yell. So I'm gonna get you someplace where you can't do that. I can talk to you man to man. And you explain to me. I'm curious what goes on in your head. Yeah. Even Mr. McAfee. Yes, sirree. So now I did keep my word. I'm not going to pursue him, but you are going to be an arbitrator. I got to sue you for something. I do. You did dumb stuff. It's not gonna be as worse. You're gonna keep your house and all that stuff because you got kids. Trying to be nice about that. Okay? But I'm gonna sue you for something. But I am gonna have a little talk with you. I mean, you're gonna sit down and judge's chamber. We're gonna have a nice little long talk, me and you. And I want to know why you thought that was a good idea to do that. And you're a father. You got kids, right? And you try to raise them the right way, and this is how you act. Now, the reason why we do it in judge's chamber is because if we go out there, that means it gets put on record, and then there'll be a record of it. You don't want that. So that's why we're going to have that conversation there. But for the rest of them, we're going to have that conversation there. If you don't want to go, we can do the same thing, get it done, get over with, and I can go on. I got things to do. We can go from there. Yeah, definitely. Definitely going to have a conversation. And the only one I did talk to on the phone was the other one, and he does the same thing that he does on in his chat. He rants a lot. Like he rants a whole lot. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. Oh, you think I'm not, don't you? Okay. Well, I'll be seeing you soon in court. Tell me what I'm not going to do. Oh, I sent the first process server there with no problem. So don't worry. This time, this one's going to connect. I get both of them when they get there. They're going to connect. Now, I know how to fill those forms out. Because, yeah, those forms, they're not hard to do. It's not really a hard form to do. But you have to make sure you put down the right information. And if you make any mistakes, you can't call nobody. You got to send out an email. And the email could be you back in 24 hours. That's like, got to wait a bit for the email to come back. Once that comes through, you're good to go. Don't change your phone number. I can tell you that much. If you're doing a claim against somebody, don't change your phone number. Because if you do, it goes by your phone number. They have to go back in and they have to reset everything again with the password. You put your password in and then the phone number. So it's a bit of a headache. So I had to go through some stuff with that one. That's why it took so long to get everything set up. But now that I know it already, like the back of my hand, you can never forget that as long as you live. I can follow those things out all day long. with the CCB all day because I know how to do them now. And yep, I filed 2 of them suckers back to back. So yep, as soon as we get that little notification back, they've been contacting back, Mr. Byrd, so. We send them all the information over. We've been through this already before. We opened up the case. So all I got to do now is just wait for that little confirmation come back that says that I got to get a process server. I'm going to get the same person that I had the first time, contact them. He knows exactly where his apartment's at. He's going to go serve them. And guess what? They don't even got to contact you. They're going to post it directly to your door. I want this done as fast as possible. I don't got no time to be following you around, chasing you around, nothing. Post it directly to your door, take a picture, send it back to me. I send it to the CCB. I see you in court. And if you ain't got any kind of document stating that I gave you permission, you're in a lot of trouble. They're going to advise me already from the door that they're not going to give you criminal charges. They're going to sue you right there. But they are going to basically push it to go toward federal court on some of them because you did break government documents. And mind you, the CCB is part of the government. It is the government, by the way. But the amount of violations that he has already committed, they're definitely going to push to seek it toward federal court because there are basically rules and regulations under the government why you don't touch those documents because they'll step in and fine you and sue you and throw you in jail. And he's reached all that. So is Mr. Fernando going to jail? Oh, heck yeah, he's definitely going to jail. I don't know about how he's going to jail. He can tell you all day long he's not going to jail. But he is. I told him from the door, if you feel that you're not going to go to jail, have an attorney contact me and tell me you're not going to jail. A real one, not no fake one. When it comes up, it doesn't even match his firm he's under. Doesn't give me a full first name and last name, no fax number, no email address, nothing. Just some fake guy saying he's an attorney. That's it. Send me a real attorney, contact me and tell me we can't sue you for copyright infringement and see where that passes at. You already know from the door what's going to happen. If I didn't have enough evidence, the process server would have never been at your front door. And please do not go in that courtroom and tell the judge that we don't have the rights to sue you for touching our copyrights because it's not going to go well for you because the process server didn't have enough evidence. That's why the process server was there, because he had enough evidence. Because you know how the court system works. Jeepers Louise, man. He does not know how the court system works. You gotta start watching Night Court. Well, you'll figure it out. Because we coming close pretty soon. Because I've done these before. I know how long that timeline takes for it to hit. And it's gonna be soon. It's gonna be real soon. Now, as I said before, if he chooses not to show up, that's just him. He still loses. You still got to pay that 60 grand. Still got to pay it. So you lose, you don't show up. But that federal one, the FBI comes for that one. I don't think they sent a processor. I don't know who strapped up for that one, because that's federal. That's the courts. They come by because that's again, they got Matt to arrest them because that's criminal charges involved with that one. That involves criminal charges in federal court. So they may arrest him on the spot. So I don't know how that's going to go. But I know for a fact that at the end of the day, he's going to jail. So I'm moving on to bigger and better things. You ain't going nowhere. You violated my copyright. You ain't going nowhere at all. I'm going to lock you up. And I got so much evidence. All those pictures. We got him. We got pictures. We got videos of him basically posting directly on the site before he took the site down. We got all that evidence against him. You're going to jail. And it's willfully, too, on top of that. It makes it even worse. He did it multiple times. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. That's where he's going. You think I'm joking? That's where he's going. I talk about this to every kind of attorney you could think of to make sure that we had it. And he was like, oh, you got more than this. 2 of those would have did it. You got more than that. And he wrote his name on them, too, on top of that. Oh, he's done. He's going to jail. You're talking about he can easily get 50, 60, 70 years for that at the end of the day. And if you sit there and say, Mr. Fernando, that I'm lying, get an attorney to contact me. A real one at that. Say I can't. Because I guarantee you did go in and talk to an attorney. I bet you did. I bet you went in and you talked to somebody and the guy told you from the door, let me look up his copyrights. Because you looked him up. He looked him up. He's trying to find something about my LLC being linked to my address or something he's trying to do. Now, if you were able to find those documents when you're in the wrong section, by the way. I don't know why you'd be looking up for LLCs and copyrights. That's just two different entities. Again, you don't know what you're doing from today when I saw that video. But the fact that you went in there and you found my copyrights in the United States government means my copyrights were real, right? Even though you said they weren't. So if you found them there on file, what does that mean in court? There you go. You're going to jail. And I'm going to tell the judge, through all the crap that we've been through and everything we bring up in court, I will be happy with 40 years. But you don't get more than that. They don't give you a lot more than that. Things to cut. I don't know what is with Fernando. He says the government's a joke. And we got messages where he talked about the CCB and talked trash about them and the FBI and all that. All that's when we posted. We're going to send them all that. Because you took them as a joke. They don't like it when you take their system as a joke. And I say right now, with the way things are going, that's the last place you're going to be at. Is in a courtroom. Especially about something about violating the government. People don't learn nothing. I first saw that. When I first saw the first copyright infringement, I was like, yo, is he crazy? Like, what's wrong with him? I sent them over an email. I said, yo, you can't touch that. Those are registered. You can go to jail for touching those. I do what I want to do. Blah, 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 blah. You don't own these. You don't own the right to your copyrights are fake. Okay. And then we had a lawyer contact him and tell him the lawyer would not have contacted you if the copyrights were fake, because they would have to go back and they would have to check my copyrights to see if they were real in order to send out that letter, because they can get in trouble. And they sent you out a letter and you still didn't back down. They should have told you the copyrights are real. And then you had a process server come to your front door. Again, this guy is not that smart, and I'll tell you why. Because in order for you to file a document to the CCB, which is the Copyright Claims Board, you have to show proof that your copyrights are real. And if they're real, that means you can go through the next step of getting the whole paperwork and documents all done, which also, too, must show there must be enough evidence for the process server to be there. So the fact that the processor was there and posted to your door shows you 100% the copyrights are real. And that's what you violated, government documents, in the situation we're at right now. You made a whole lot of trouble for yourself. They're going to dig through so much stuff on him, it's not even funny. Because it didn't stop there. They're going to dig through other stuff. And mind you, we are going to bring up about the Frankenstein, about how you made money off a company's name and paid him no royalties, which is trademark infringement. So yeah, he's going to jail. I'm pretty sure if he watches this or he hears this, he's in the channel right now, your heart rate just jumped by a whole lot. I know it did. I know it did. I know you're nervous and you're scared to death, and you should be. You show up on any form of government showing that you have these crimes against you, not going to go well. And the first thing the judge is going to see when he sees all that evidence, like, did you file criminal charges on this? Like, yes, we did. He said, we're going to advise you to push this in the federal court, because he's going to tell you from the door, and you're going to jail. Go ask the judge when we get in there. Or you're going to jail when we go to federal court. He's going to tell you, yes, you're going to jail. Anybody's going to tell you, yes, you're going to go to jail. So if you think that I forgot about it, Mr. Fernando, no. I went and filed already. I'm just waiting for my confirmation to come back, and I'm going to go to the same process server. He's going to come to your door. I'm not going to bother ringing. He's going to come to your door. He's going to post to your door. And then after that, he's going to reach out to your landlord, because I already made awareness that we need to contact the original landlord on the building. We need to know if he had anything to do with why Mr. Fernando was in there breaking rules with the government and going in and basically touching copyrights. Because if we find out that he didn't know, then at the end of the day, well, he did know what was going on. I'm pretty sure he did. But if he didn't know, we're going to sue him. So it ain't going to go well for you. It's going to be an awful summer for this guy. A complete awful summer. So if I were you, I would enjoy life as much as you possibly can right now. Because it's about to be cut off soon. working for a hot second. I'm gonna let you free out of this mess. You touch my car that many times? Oh heck no. No. I don't want any plea deals. Oh, and the worst thing about it is that he's going to snitch on the other three. I told you he's going to snitch on them. Oh, he's going to snitch on them. He got to go to jail. He knows that they did dirty stuff too at the end of the day. He's going to make sure they suffer just like him. He's going to give up all their addresses, all their information right from the door. He's going to pop. I guarantee you. He's going to give up all that information. Yep. See, the thing about it is it's just human behavior. It's all human behavior. Say Rogers did nothing. He didn't touch nothing with the copyrights, but he did other stuff. He's going to feel that, hey, if I'm going to go to jail for copyrights and all that other nonsense, he did stuff too. He should go to jail just like me. That's what's going to happen. Because there's no way in the world he's going to sit in that holding cell knowing you guys are out there free as a bird. He's going to come for you. So you ain't got to worry about me. He's going to do it. And he's petty like that. So he is. He's going to give up your information. He's going to give up a lot of stuff. All you got to do is squeeze one of them and the rest of them fall. And that's what they do. That's what they do in the interrogation room. They put enough pressure on the weakest link. That's what they do. He's a weak link. He's a very weak link. And I mean that when that process server came to the door, he hid. He had his wife come to the door. So we know from the door he'll break easy. So yeah, they put pressure on the weakest link. That's what they do. And the weakest link is a person that's probably never been locked up before, never been through the system, all that stuff. You know what I mean? First time offender, stuff like that. Easy person to crack. And the rest of them been there. They know the whole protocol, so they're good with it. You know, he's going to crack. Going to give up all that information. The other guy, Williams, we got a nice little package coming to this building. There's a lot of information in there too. On top of that, all the stuff that he was doing, but also too let them know that we're going to file a lawsuit against the building. And yeah, the landlord and all of that, at the end of the day. It could be real tax, it could be bully tax, it could be anything. But at the end of the day, it's going to shake them up enough to find out where that apartment's at and say, look, we got some documents that are coming here for you, and they're legit. So they're going to reach out to him too. And they'll reach out to us. So we know your building, we know you're at, you're in a high rise. That's where we know you're at. You're just in one of those units. But it's not hard. All we have to do is just hit the main building. That's it. And guess what? I actually know somebody in your building. I actually know one of the, what do they call them? The assistant managers. I know one of them. They're actually on my Facebook page. Gotta be careful, my man. Told you, man. I meet people quick. One day I might pop down there, but you will be gone by then. I plan on that. So we'll send some documents over to the building, let them know we mean business. And they're going to make sure you get those documents. Anytime anything comes certified straight to that door, to that front, yeah, they're going to make sure you get it. They can't open it up. It's against the law. And they can't throw it away. It's against the law. They have to give it to you. That's how we make sure we figure out where you're at. Good luck on that one. All right. I like this. I like it. Gotta wait for it to dry. Right now, he's a little nervous right now. He's very nervous. Okay. Did we get that spot? Look at something here. Oh, that's going to bug me. That's definitely going to bug me, man. Okay, I can see it from here. We still got to go and put the other coat on. Don't forget, we got to put the coat on anyway. We got to drop another two coat on. We're done. We got to get the side part. So it's right there. So let this thing dry, because this is going to take some time. Definitely, you're not going to slide that screen in there and hit some black paint. Oh, I'll be really upset then. Let that dry. Should basically just tuck that over in the corner so it's out of the way. Let it dry, but I don't want it near the wall. Get that assembled over there. All right, what do we got to do next? This is done. That's done. We got the stand done. I got to be down to demonstrate for that. This is already done. I need that over there. Well, that's not done. It's going to be painted again. I got to put a halo system on. That's why I let the lip over top of it. Right about here. It's a lip right there. So I can run a halo system across that. We got the PC we got to finish over there because I got to go over there and I got to add in my glow in the dark paint for that. got sponsorships for the gamer paint. I got a lot of sponsorships for that gamer paint. What else can you do with it? Game on the floor. You can take a yoga mat, convert it to a game, convert it to a screen, and take with you. That's why if you see the post, every time we post, I got to put the post updates on the other ones. We post about the new gaming website. We're building a third website. A third website. Yes, sir, everybody. Third website. My gaming website. I'm going to go to GoDaddy to do it. Because they got a VIP server, that's why. The original one had the VIP server running to them, but GoDaddy got one. I need a server. And what that means at the end of the day, I got to build me a server. So we're not going to make anything special. A little flat server, put into a case about that high, about that wide. That's basically about it. Something I can slap in a corner somewhere and do what it needs to do. But we're going to build one. I'm going to put it in a set-top box case. So I can hide it out of the way. And get ready for the gaming part of it all. And then we get a chance to show off. As a matter of fact, that's why we need the screen to slide screens in and out. I'm going to be showing off the gamer version of this. The gamer version. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What? Did you see the ad tech? That screen right there is a beast. This screen right here is a beast at the end of the day. But next to an ad tech, see how powerful those screens are? Woo! I'm getting ready. Got my samples going up pretty soon. The samples are $35 a sample. I'm going to play around one today. And I found this big building with a lot of windows in it. It's empty. I found the people who owned it. It's just sitting there. I'm like, hey, sitting there, got electricity in it. I'm like, you let me rent the windows out. Usually make some money off of it. And I'm going to get my screens on these big windows right downtown. Man. They said, well, yeah, hey, we'll cut a little bit off the rent and we can advertise some of our stuff on there. Yeah, might as well. Got like 10 windows in there. I can make something jump from one side and out the other. Gonna have a ball with that building. Ain't nobody in there. So I'm just walking around looking at windows, just renting people's windows out. I get your window. I get that window over there. Thank you over there. As a matter of fact, we don't need to advertise it. You can advertise your own stuff. We just need you to put it up. That's all. It's kind of like we get cheap on the rent because we got to pay a little for the electricity for the power for the projectors. I don't mind that. We get maybe projectors not using much. Then they are running 24/7. So probably like about $25, $35 they probably charge us just to run on an entire window. But they get to put their advertisement up there on top of that without paying the money for it. So a little free advertisement, and we get a chance to show that thing off on a different level. So we got to make key points around the city. So while waiting for that to dry, let's go work over here with this because we got multiple projects going on here at the same time. That's what we're doing, people. Multiple projects at the same time. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Because we had to put up, it's a shame I got to put updates like that. Like, look, man, just because we wanted it, we're going to dissolve. We're about to dissolve the LLC for the Black Series to make room for the new company. And people are going to think at the end of the day, like, well, he dissolved it. That means I can touch it. Go ahead. Go ahead and touch it. Go ahead. I dare you go touch it. Go ahead. Take that $30K and go to Disney World with it. Or take some people out shopping or donate it at the end of the day. But go ahead. I'll take $30,000 out of you. And get worse, I take you to federal court, take $1 million out of you. And keep in mind, that's not the worst of it because they hit you too in federal court, which means that's $250,000 for each time you touch one of those things. Or $500,000, something like that, something crazy. So go ahead. Think at the end of the day, because I'm not using the Black Series name anymore, that we're going to go in and touch it. Go ahead. See what happens. That other one thought that we were going to find his address. He messed up. He posted his own address. Literally, that's how we found him. Because we were trying to track his address, and he was using multiple addresses. We were trying to figure out where his address was at. And all of a sudden, he tried to do an LLC like me, because that's what he tried to do. But he didn't realize that California's LLC is a little different than other states, because they require that statement due date thing at the end of the day. No other state requires it. Only California requires those things. And it's not hard. You just got to put the information in force. It's a very simple application, but it's not if you lie on the LLC and say you've been around 5 months when you've actually been around longer than that. That's where it becomes a problem. That's why you can't dissolve it. Because you're going to have to prove the rest of that statement due date. Ours is completed and done. So I get mine basically dissolved right away and be done with it. Move on. He's going to get that done. Oh, we're going to bring that up too in court too, by the way. That'll be for federal, because the other one with the which one they don't care. Well, that one they just want to be copyrights only. Now I know we get to court, we talk about that whole Frankenstein thing. And I know you're going to say you never sold. I got receipts where I purchased a Frankenstein from you 4 times. Came off your website, went to your PayPal account, everything, showing that you were making money off their name. So I don't know what you're going to get for that one, but that's going to be pretty. They're going to contact them. They got to contact them and let them know that someone was making money off their name. And give up his information, and they'll go from there. Then he'll get documents from them saying they're suing him for wages or whether he's got to pay up. You got to pay that up. Really, this guy really thought he could just come here and break every rule in the book? Like, gee whiz, really? It's a shame. He gives a bad name to his own people. He does. He gives a bad name to his own people. You really came here and broke all kinds of government rules at the end of the day. Perjury against an LLC, that's a government document. Broke another document for copyright. Broke another document for trademarks. Gee whiz Louise. That's why I said I don't sit there and judge the whole entire Mexican race off one idiot. He's just an idiot, that's all. I got people at the end of the day that work hard, law-abiding citizens, take care of the kids. Oh, 9 yards. They're just doing things by the book. This guy broke every kind of government rule you can possibly think of under the sun. Let's just break a whole lot of rules under the government. We're going to do freaking trademark and take someone's name, make money off it, don't pay him a jack at the end of the day for it. She was committed got criminal charges on you too. On top of that, yeah, he really got himself in some deep stuff at the end of the day. And then you got the orange guy at the end of the day. Don't want him there to begin with. He's trying to basically erase birthrights from the door. You do not want to be on the radar, especially not with the government. That's the last thing you want to do is get in trouble. If there was a freaking witch hunt for black people, do you think at the end of the day that I'd be freaking breaking rules and getting in trouble with the government? Heck no. I'd be so low under the radar wouldn't even know I even existed when I needed to exist. There's no way in the world. Even if you was born here, you still don't want to be under that radar. You really don't. You just don't want to be. I told people at the end of the day, anytime they're trying to deport the American Indian, the Native American Indian, you know it's bad. That they're just basically just trying to grab anybody they want, take them, and get them out of here. Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Matter of fact, one of the agents that came over there, he just looked, and they looked back at each other, and he just walked away, because even he knew that was the dumbest thing ever. He wouldn't even want to enforce that. How am I supposed to do that? Where am I supposed to send him? He's got more rights here than I do. It tells you the madness. I watched one a few minutes ago where a guy, he's white, Caucasian man, mistaken for they thought he was Puerto Rican. He wasn't. And again, are you kidding me? Puerto Rico's, oh my goodness, forget it. Just forget it. Just forget it. You do know that Puerto Ricans don't require green cards or none of that stuff whatsoever, period, at all. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, they elected an idiot. Let's get somebody to go stand, put him in office. Indian. I saw that was the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. We're gonna do some around the corner. Like the black guy said, you're gonna do some around the corner. Oh yeah, we'll some around the corner. Oh, they're from here? Really? They're from here. How would you not know that? Anybody graduate from high school? Anybody? Sheesh. That's why it's called Native American Indian. Native American Indian. Where that comes from. How dumb can we go? Death row, what a brother know. The incredible. Oh, see, that would have worked perfectly. That was a good idea. That would definitely work perfectly. Definitely going with that one right there. Oh. That worked perfectly. Definitely. And that would allow me to lift it up, take it with me where I want to take it at. Excellent. Outstanding. And they had learned contact my sister and Karen out over there. Oh, they definitely going. They got something planned for him at the end of the day with the government. Yep. Yes, they do. But I told you she works for a government agency. Dummy. At the end of the day, going through his page, going through his stuff. They're going through his documents. Yes, they are. Because that's one of the ones you're harassing. It's harassing my sister. You posted her address. And since she filed criminal charges against him, she's going through the paperwork. She's going to file a lawsuit against him too. On top of that, and the people in the buildings filing a lawsuit. Dummy. Let's do dumb stuff. That's what we do. Let's do dumb stuff. Let's do dumb stuff. Man, what if we so many things for this? I don't know somewhere. That's just way under the case. Why is it way under the case? I don't know. That's funny. Creep me into it. Oh, where are you? How do you get a freak? Oh yeah, I forgot. They can just pick up on your vocals. That's basically about it. Birds that do that talk, and I guess they must have whispered to the bird because the bird was up there. I guess they chewed away at their door, and she was like, "Why did you do that?" And the bird was like, "I don't know." He whispered, "Dad, that'd be creepy at night. You be asleep under your bed, and someone go, I don't know, under your bed. That'd be creepy as on the what." That's why I explained that, on the door, you got to know how to carry yourself in life and don't treat people any way you want to. He felt it was funny to post my sister's, like I said, her address multiple times. And let me explain something to you. They're different type of people. So knowing your nationality, they're going to come for you. So you know that. At the end of the day, I'm not that type of person. I believe in that she has nothing against other people at the end of the day, and she doesn't. But if she knows that she can get a leg up to get to you, she's going to take it. She's going to take it. And that's the kind of situation you put yourself into. Me, on the other hand, I'm the type of person that is going to go by the book and do it that way. And if it happens to pop up on the radar and they start questioning you a little bit more about certain things, then that's just you at the end of the day because you put yourself in that situation. But they're going through his documents because they want to know everything at all. Because mind you, these people don't know you at all, period. You posted their address and these people don't even know you. So now, because of everything, they're going through your stuff. Like your birth certificate. You invite people at the end of the day to do stuff like that because he invites people to do it. He does some really jacked up stuff to other people. And it comes back to bite you in the face. You don't be contacting people you don't know. They don't know you. You ever seen that once contact any of your family members. I don't do that. Why would I be contacting your family members? That's just stupid. There's no reason for me to ever contact any one of your family members for anything. Now, they have nothing to do with that. That's between me and you at the end of the day. And when you posted your that document number, it pulled up white pages. So his family members popped up on the white pages. We know where they're at. Do you see me send any messages to them, letters, anything, emails, nothing? No. Why would I do that? I'm a grown man. I ought to be contacting them. They have nothing to do with this. But you're talking to contact my family members. And now my family members know your nationality. And they're digging through your paperwork right now. They're going through your documents. They got to anyway. They're filing lawsuits against you for harassing them. If you sit there and say, "Oh, they're going to report me" or whatever, at the end of the day, it's not my problem, man. That's whatever they do is their business at the end of the day. You got on YouTube and announced their names and carried on and acted up and did all that stuff. They don't know who you are. So yeah, they're going to go through his stuff and find out how much they can find out about him. That's between you. If they take revenge tactics like that, that's them. I don't got nothing to do with that. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, go on here and do what I need to do it by the book, do it the right way, I'm good. But them, on the other hand, they're cut differently. And those are the ones who mentioned their names on YouTube and carried on and acted up. They know nothing about you. But now you're going to know because now they're digging through your stuff. And they also work for government agencies also. That's why I was looking at it for a minute. I was like, wait a minute, like his writing and all that stuff is really, really bad. There's no way in the world because you came here or you were born here and you never went to school. No, you would have had some kind of education here. You definitely would have an education here. And you would have had enough to this. Come on. Some of this stuff is crazy because I look at them like, you don't know how many quarts go into a gallon. And these are not in third grade. It's just some certain stuff there that just don't add up. So unless you came here and you never went to school, you were born here and you never went to school, you had to go to school. You would know that much past the third grade, sixth grade, seventh grade. You would know that. That's kind of a given. You know what I mean? Some people at the end of the day may not know the best of this and the other, but they do know how to read and write. And at the end of the day, the basic things you need just to get through whatever. I mean, you have to go to college or anything, but it's like, it's different. Everything just seems different. The spelling, all that is yeah. But either way, whether you were born here or you weren't born here, still at the end of the day, copyright's a copyright and jail time is jail time. Make no difference to me. And on her end, a lawsuit's a lawsuit and criminal charges are the same thing. Doesn't really make a difference. They'll probably try to pull the race card and think, oh, he's just saying that because he's trying to get me deported and all that stuff like that. No, I'm not that for that, all that stuff. I got Mexican friends I call brothers at the end of the day. I wouldn't do that to anybody, not even you. I wouldn't do it to because it'd be wrong. You're a nasty human being. If I found out you didn't have papers to be here, would I report them? No. Because again, you don't do things like that. That's the devil's work at the end of the day. We don't do the devil's work. But I will basically go through the necessary process of basically filing the criminal charges, the lawsuits, everything that has to be done. And if they dig through your documents, which they probably are going to anyway, they're going to find out. So let them find out that way. That's the only way they're going to find out. Other than that, I don't care. Whether he has papers or not at the end of the day. The same thing I believe in everybody else. Everybody has a right to be here. Go get your citizenship, lock it in, and live the American dream. You have that right to be here for everybody, including him. But he's in a situation because he broke the law and now he's under the radar. And again, like I said, whether he has papers here or not, at the end of the day, he's still going to go to jail. It doesn't make a difference. So again, like I said, I'm not that type of person. You probably do that to me because you're nasty like that, but I don't do that kind of stuff. That's not for me. But it's going to come up anyway. It's going to come up. The government documents, they're going to dig through all your stuff. They're going to find out everything about you. And if you do have papers here, then you still are going to be going. You're going to go to jail either way. And if you don't, then what's going to happen is they're going to deport them. How the frick does that even work? Wait a minute. Doesn't he do any time here at the end of the day? Somebody better clear that mess up. I got to sue this guy. Now I got to look into that now. I definitely got. Now I got to look into that. I ain't got no choice. I got to look into that. I got to look into that. Quite frankly, I don't even care. If you were basically here illegally, or you weren't, or you basically were you were born here, I don't care at the end of the day. Don't make a difference to me at all, period. What makes a difference to me is that I can get you behind in a courtroom, I can sue you behind and throw you behind in jail for basically violating my copyrights. That's all that matters to me. I couldn't care less about that other half of it. That's between them to figure out when they basically come get you, or basically we're sitting in that courtroom with their judge. They can figure out that mess from there. That's their job. My job is to get you in a courtroom. So I couldn't care less if you had paperwork or not. That's so Crybaby doesn't get on YouTube and say some nasty stuff with you. If I find out you said something about that, I'm going to drag you in again in court and sue you again for defamation. So be careful what you say out of your mouth. And I need to know that from the door. Like, how would that even work? Like, if we got this to you, you committed crimes over here. How does that work? Well, I know the CCP pays us. They pay us out of them. They pay it. Well, no. They sue him. He has to pay us. So I figure how all that's going to work. Where's my other? Well, we got the hooked up to which one? We got it hooked up to this one. This one. So before you go all Miss Karen on me and say, oh, he hates men. Yeah, go ahead and say it. Make that statement. I'll sue you. I'll definitely file a lawsuit right there on the spot. I will sue you for making a statement like that. Put something in my mouth that I didn't say. We already got enough trouble as it is. You don't want any more. Trust me. So I got to figure that out. I got to call some people about that. Now they're going to have to dig into your stuff now. Because, again, we got to find out whether or not. If he has paperwork here or if he doesn't have paperwork here. It doesn't make a difference because we need to be able to stand trial for the stuff he did. Definitely got to stand trial for that. I got to find out. Now, so you don't take it into a witch hunt category. Then they, he's doing this to do something. No, man, you broke laws against me at the end of the day. You basically did things you shouldn't have done. And we have to follow that. But now when I go to the courts, I have to ask him at the end of the day that he's Mexican descent. If he has paperwork here or if he doesn't have paperwork here, how is this going to be handled? If he doesn't have paperwork here, how is this going to be handled? If he does have paperwork to be here, if he was born here, then that makes it easier for us. That means that we can get our hands on him and prosecute him. But if he doesn't have paperwork here, they're going to deport him. That's what's going to happen. Now, none of this would have came up ever. If Trump wasn't in office, we wouldn't have to go through this. We literally just have to business as usual because no one would be going anywhere. But now we literally have to go through this mess to figure out exactly whether or not this guy has paperwork here. Let me see. We don't have microphones on this side. Microphones are on that side. Yeah, hook them up over here. I'm gonna take this. Matter of fact, I got a freaking lawyer downstairs. I forgot about that. Go into the lawyers. I got somebody that works in immigration. I got to ask them that question and find out whether or not how would that work. Because we're better yet than go to the horse's mouth and people that do it over here. The immigration lawyers over here. I'll just ask them, like, hey, look, if this guy has paperwork, let's give him his full name. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. So if he has paperwork, how would that even work? All right, let me see. Move the microphone from here. Yeah, because he has a bad habit of putting words in my mouth. Oh, yeah, this guy's hunting after me, and for no reason whatsoever, he'll put that in there. Yeah, go ahead. I told you got people online monitoring your account. So go ahead. Make some statement. It come back to me. You made some false accusation. I'm gonna file more charges against you. What you call it? For defamation. That's another lawsuit for you to have under your belt. So I have a right to look this up because again, I need to know this. And court fees cost money. I pay for that. The only way I basically get that back unless if he loses the case. But yeah, I'm curious about that too. If he wasn't here and he got deported, would that what's the microphones in this thing? I need a microphones in this one because we don't have that component outside. Anyway, we've been talking about that. How would that even work? I didn't think about that. I honestly did not think about that. I hope you're Spanish, but I don't think you are. I think he's Mexican. If you're Spanish, that make it even easier because in the day you'll be here, and that's good. We can get our hands on you to prosecute your behind. So let me see. Get away from that. Ugh. Not the cat. Something over here. I'm dragging over here, trying to get over here to here. Let me see. Oh no, we got microphones hooked up. Oh, we can speak now. Let me see. So, microphone. Can we use this? Always allow using sites. All right. If someone can't go about that way. Better way of doing this. Better way. If someone doesn't have documents to be here in the United States, can you still press criminal charges and sue them? So, good thing about this for him, if he doesn't have proper paperwork, he may be able to get around the lawsuits and maybe to get around the criminal charges. He may be able to, unless they charge him here and keep him here and do it that way. In most cases, U.S. without proper documents is considered to be a civil immigration violation and not a criminal offense. So that's what he'll be charged with. He'll be charged with immigration violation. That's what they're charged with, and then to deport him. So that right there may save his life because at the end of the day, if he does have paperwork here, and we get him over here, he'll get 50 years, he'll get 60 years, he'll get the time for those charges. But if he doesn't have paperwork, they're just going to deport him. That's what they're going to do. Deportation is going to pop up, and for a violation, and that means if you get a violation, you can't come back. Because I know people have basically committed crimes here, at the port, they can't come back. So if this is going to pop up when we go to court. It's definitely going to come up. I don't have to do anything at all, period. Matter of fact, I talked to the woman downstairs about it. Ask her some questions. Get a 100% sure because we definitely need to have him in the courtroom. Definitely. I hope you do have paperwork here. I really do. I hope you got it because I want to get you in the courtroom. But if you don't, you get deported. They'll get on camera and cry and whine about, oh, he's trying to get me deported. No, buddy. Again, you committed crimes, did you not? I got charges on you right now. I got criminal charges that are filed against you. And we got evidence on everything that we issued out. My copyrights are right there. All my stuff right there is basically registered with the United States government. All my stuff is legit. So when I take you to court on this, it's going to come up. They're going to dig through this stuff, and they're going to figure out whether or not you have paperwork or not. And if you don't have paperwork, then the good thing about it is at least you can't go to jail for the copyrights, and you can't be sued because you won't be here. They're going to deport you. But keep in mind, if you do something called what do you call it? The word for this thing. At the end of the day, it's a word they call it immigration violation. You get one of these, a civil immigration violation, that means you can't come back to the United States. That's what that means. Because I knew someone who basically was over here. He didn't have documents. He was, doing his own thing. But he got in a fight with somebody. He killed somebody. He shot him and killed him. And they got him, and they sent him back. He can never come back. So yeah, it's kind of hard. And if you got some serious money at the end of the day, you have to have some very serious money to do it. But other than that, no, he can't come back. And that happened about 10 years ago or so, a while ago. Yeah, and we got to look into that. Now again, like I said, the lawsuit. We need your money? No, we don't need your money. But you need to be sued because you did touch my copyrights, and I got to go follow through with that. But this is interesting. I got to talk to somebody downstairs about this now. I got to ask some questions. Sometimes I understand the thing here is pretty on point, and I got to contact the CCB. We got to contact them and all them, and let everything know that. At the end of the day, yeah, mind this is court costs and stuff. This costs me money. I got to file for this stuff, so I want to make sure I get my reimbursement for my stuff back. Now with the CCB, hold on for a minute. What about the lawsuit? Okay. Now, I'm looking at that later on. I'll talk to the person downstairs. Now, for him, at the end of the day, he's always trying to get nobody. Look, man, at the end of the day, if you don't have your paperwork and you're able to get your citizenship and stay here, good for you. I hope you're able to stay here. But you're still going to get sued. You're still going to go to jail. You violated my company. That's still going to happen. Nothing's going to change that. The only thing that's going to change you at the end of the day is that we can't get you if you're not a United States citizen. Because when they deport you back to Mexico, what's going to happen is you got a violation on you. You can't come back. You can't even apply for your citizenship because of that. You can't have any crimes when you come over here. They got to do background checks before you come to the United States. If I go to Japan, it's the same thing. If I go to Switzerland, it's the same thing. If I go to Germany, it's the same thing. I can't go there if I got massive criminal charge. No, I can't go there. They won't let me come in. That's with everybody. I was looking to that yesterday. What does it take to get citizenship in Japan? It's quite a lot. Actually, America's easier. The other countries are a little crazy to get in there because, again, they have some certain requirements and stuff. So, yeah, you got to speak some of that language, too, on top of that. So, yeah, it's the same thing. So they can't let you in there if you have heavy criminal charges on you. That's it's going to block him from coming back. But if he does have paperwork to be here, then good. That's fantastic. But I still want to file criminal charges. Already criminal charges. I'm still going to take it to court, and I'm still going to sue you. It doesn't change anything. What you have to understand at the end of the day that if you don't have this and those people pop up on your front door to detain you, you have to understand that this is not my cause. This is yours. Because no one told you to go out and tamper with government files and do all that stuff to put yourself on a radar. You did that to yourself. You got common sense. Pretty sure you're born with it. You saw those copyrights. You know they're legit. Why would you touch them? All right, then. Why would you post my sister's address? Why would you post people talk about people on YouTube that don't even know you at the end of the day? You're a grown man. You should know better than that. Life has consequences. This is how it works. And unfortunately, with the orange man in office, it's not good to get in any kind of trouble like that, especially when he's hunting for people at the end of the day. You put yourself right smack in the square of the radar. So whatever we do is going to raise questions. Whatever we do. Now we're not doing it for the intention. If I was doing the intention, I'd make a phone call. That's all I would have to do. And that's it. But I'm not that type of person. I don't do business that way. I've never done business that way. It's not the right way to do things. Unfortunately, the criminal charge we have filed against you, and we have to go to CCB and file with the government about what you did, that's going to bring it up. Now, like I said, they're going to go through his stuff. So if he has paperwork, if he was born here, then goody gumdrops for you. I'm happy for you. You don't have to be deported. I don't want to see anybody go through deportation. It's a horrible process to go through. It's very horrible to go through. I wouldn't want to see him go through it. You understand me, Mr. Fando? We do not want to see you go through this. Learn to grow up a little bit. But unfortunately, if you don't have the documents, this is what will happen to you. And now we have to be going into court over this. It's going to come up. So I have to find out on my end, if you don't have this paperwork, this money I got to spend out of my pocket to take care of something stupid that you did, take time out of my busy schedule to deal with something stupid you did, to figure out whether or not what's going to go on with these civil lawsuit damages and criminal charges we have filed against you. Am I going to be wasting my time because you don't have documents? Or if you do have documents, then we can proceed forward and do whatever has to be done and get this thing wrapped up and done. So hopefully you do have documents. But either way, you're going to lose your freedom. Doesn't make a difference. Whether you at least if you go over there, you don't lose your freedom. You have your freedom when you go over there. But over here, if you basically are caught under one of those willfully charges involving those copyrights, you're looking at some very serious time in jail. So yeah, he real bad time for him. Either way, it's just bad timing. I even have you on FBI. I even got record. Yeah, his documents are also over there with the FBI. So now, yeah, he's under a magnifying glass with a spotlight right now. I didn't think about that. I just thought about that for me. I was like, wait a minute. Wait. If he has paperwork, right, can we still sue him at the end of the day? Can we still file criminal charges? And for something was telling me that you can't. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to because you can't get him on that. Now, usually, sometimes in some places, if you did a crime here, you would have to do jail time here. And then when your time is up, they would send you over there. But I was thinking about that, like, wait, how will we go about it? Does he have paperwork here? Now, if you do have paperwork here, I'm happy. Like I said, I don't want to see anybody go through deportation. It's horrible. It's very, very, it's a horrible thing to go through. So we'd rather not have him go through that. Hopefully he does have this paperwork to be here. Hopefully he was born here, something, you know what I mean? But still, at the end of the day, you're still going to get sued. You're still going to go to jail. It's like a damned if you do and damned if you don't scenario. That's what it comes down to. So I'm going to talk to some people, see where this is going. Well, I didn't even think about that at first. I was like, wait a minute. You know what's funny? One of my Mexican brothers brought that up. He's born here. He brought that up. He's like, wait a minute. His name is because he heard you talk on YouTube. He said he's Mexican. I thought you were Puerto Rican at first. When I thought he was white. But he's really light. I thought he was white at first. But then we started speaking. I said, oh, he's where is he? Mexican? He's Puerto Rican. Where is he? And my buddy heard him speak. He said, oh, he's Mexican. He's definitely Mexican. So I was like, he's like, does he have paperwork and all stuff like that? And that's my Mexican brother saying at the end of the day. You got paperwork? I said, I don't know. I don't never thought about it because I don't care about that part. And he's like, yeah, because you know me, you file those charges and all that stuff go down. They're going to dig into all that now. Because again, Trump put all that on display before. No one would even care at all, period. But because what Trump is doing, that's why. He said, man, I hope he got his paperwork in order. He said, but anyway, it don't make a difference because he's gonna go to jail, for touching him. But then he get deported and he can go that way too, So he said, I don't know, that's crazy. Yep. So I'm gonna basically talk to one of the attorneys today, see where that goes at. Of course, they're gonna ask for your name, so I'll give you your name over there. I don't want you to think at the end of the day, whatever happens, that this was done intentionally to do this to you. No, you've done this to yourself. Like I said, I can make a phone call, and that's all it would take. I'm not that type of person. I would love to see you stay here. I would. Unfortunately, you broke some crime. You did some dumb stuff, which is going to get you locked up now. But if you didn't do anything stupid at the end of the day, like they did nothing to us, and he did some dumb stuff back and forth, but no criminal stuff, no touching the copyright, stuff like that, just regular dumb nonsense, right? Stuff I can let slide. Then, and I knew you didn't have paperwork to be here, I wouldn't even make a phone call. It's none of my business. That's for you to mess up and do at the end of the day. But that's not for me. I don't get involved in that. That's your business at the end of the day. As far as I'm concerned, try to stay here as long as you possibly can. Get your citizenship. You know what I mean? Do something at the end of the day, but I hope you can stay here as long as you possibly can. Even if I don't like you at the end of the day, I'm not doing that. That's very, very nasty. That's like going through the same thing where slaves were transferred over to here. It kind of feels like that way at the end of the day. That's what it kind of feels like to me. But yeah. So, no, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all, period. I know I got a lot of my friends, and some of my friends basically don't have paperwork. I don't care. Even the ones I don't like, I don't care. It's none of my business at the end of the day. Hope they can stay over as long as they can. Hope they can. But I'm not that type of person. But unfortunately, the situation you got yourself into, you're under a radar right now. And this isn't like with these charges. This is like with the police. These are government charges. These are federal charges he's got. So yeah, it is going to come up. They're going to dig through it. So they can be in the courtroom. These guys pop up anywhere. They can be in the court, they can be anywhere. They can go there. It's sad and a shame, but if I was over here and I didn't have paperwork, man, my nose would be clean as a whistle. I wouldn't get any kind of trouble, nothing at all. Period. You wouldn't hear jack about me at all. I'd be ghost. Get a couple jobs under the table and work. You know what I mean? Try to work on getting some kind of attorney on the side so I can work toward my citizenship. You know what I mean? I do it that way. That's how we do it. You know what I mean? But if he was born here, then hey, either way, don't make a difference to me. Either way, I'm gonna get you in a courtroom. Only way I can't get you in a courtroom, that you're not a citizen. That's the only way we can't touch you. So that's where I got to find out. Because like I said, at the end of the day, it's cost me money. I got to pay for these court costs. I got to pay for that. Comes out of my pocket. I got to pay for attorneys. That comes out of my pocket. Now I got to find out what the CCB is now because I got to contact them and let them know that, hey, we don't know if he's citizen or not. So if they file and you lose, what you are going to lose, how are you going to pay me if you're basically detained somewhere? I don't even know how that's even going to work. So now we have to contact about them. So I want you to understand that when I contact these agencies and we have to mention your name in the situation we're sitting on right now, we got to figure out whether you have paperwork or not. They're going to have to contact you on this now because they're going to find out whether or not you're documented or not. Because again, I'm not going to sit there and spend all this money I got to spend at the end of the day, and you don't have that paperwork, and they send you back over there. I'm out money at the end of the day. Those of you sitting back saying, "But you're being so humane." He's a human. He had no business breaking the law and doing dumb stuff. He knows better. That's the part people seem to skip that part. Like, oh, well, it's not. How's it not fair? So my copyrights have a right to be tampered with. That's why I spent the money to have the lawyers lock those things in so I can protect that at the end of the day. That's what that's for. Guys, rules are rules. You got to follow the rules. You can't. That's the problem what people have right now with they're saying that people come over and do whatever they want to do and break laws and do this. That's why they're fighting and carrying on like this. You got to follow the rules just like everybody else. If I go to a third world country, I don't care what it is. I got to follow the rules when I go to there. I can't do whatever I want because I'm American. It's the reason why the countries hate us now. We go over and think we're privileged. Go over and do dumb stuff like break out windows and carry on and wreck hotels and abuse their staff and stuff at the end of the day. Shoot YouTube videos about it. That's why they don't like us now. So I got to respect the rules when I go over there. Same thing. You got to respect the rules. Now, if he was born here, you still got to respect the rules. It doesn't make a difference whether you're born here or not. You got to respect the rules. That's how it works. So we're going to have to find out. I got to find out today. I got to go and I got to make phone calls and I got to find out um, if he's documented. Because again, like I said, there's no point in me spending all this money to begin with. I got to spend money already. I ain't getting that back. I'm definitely not getting that back. So I got to find out whether or not before we go any farther, because federal court is expensive. It's very expensive. I think $30,000 to walk up in one of those courthouse rooms to pay for federal court. Let me see right there, 30 or 10,000. How much money does it cost to file a court through federal court? Oh shoot, that's it. Never mind. Well, that adds up to about $1,000. Yeah, about $1,000 or so. Docket fees, all the stuff that they juice you on everything. Notice to appear. Jay got to pay for notice to appear. $605 for a notice to appear. Let's see. Man, misleading case. Okay, different cases. Civil action. Civil action case will be a civil action. Federal claims, $350. Well, that ain't bad. Still $350 out of my pocket. I won't be getting back, but $350. That's it. They told me wrong. Not here. Somebody else. Interpreters. We can trust everybody all the time. Can you? All right. So that's a civil action or proceeding is $350. That's not bad at all. Still, we got to find out because again, that's $350. I can't get back. That's non-returnable. So I got to find it either way. Now, before we file anything, we got to figure out if he's documented or not. Oh man, I had enough to do on my day at the end of the day. Aren't you idiots at the end of the day? Learn to be adults. So people at the end of the day don't have to go through the hassle of doing this nonsense. I got to take time out of my day to figure out whether or not this guy is documented or not. Which is jacked up about it because if he's not documented, that means at the end of the day they're going to be on his front door. Sheesh. I hope you're a U.S. citizen. I really do. Hope you're born here. Just happen to miss a lot of school, but I hope you're born here. And then for people sit there and go, oh, because he's in Mexico, they missed a lot of school. No, I got people from DR. I got people from over in Mexico. I got people in different countries that went to school and have extremely high IQ and got amazing careers. The same thing, you can have people over here that don't go to school for jack. They can also have the same kind of basically, it's like if you never went to school, you can tell. Same criteria. So maybe he didn't take advantage of the opportunity that was presented to them while he was over there or maybe over here. Either way, on the line, you should know exactly how many quarts go into a gallon because you learned that basically in third grade. Jeez, how the heck did we get up in this situation, man? I got to find out now about this. Because I don't want to cough this money up if I find out that we can't touch them. I don't want to have to call some people. Oh, well, that's for something else I got to do today now. Sheesh. All right. I'll figure it out when we get there. That's what we'll have to do because we'll have to talk to these people downstairs and see if how that's going to go. If they tell me that if he's not documented, then there's no point in following anything if he's not documented because they're just going to basically deport him. That's why. And if they tell me that If he's, well, of course, we already know that from the door. If he's an American citizen, then perfect. That's fantastic. And we can go, I can go put the money down and get this thing done. Because the federal court, I didn't know it was that cheap. It's only $350. And I got friends of mine that are attorneys. At the end of the day, they'll fill out all the paperwork and everything for me. They're cool as I don't know what. Like most people charge you for the paperwork out. They don't do that. They're pretty cool. So I just bring documents over to them. But hey, can you fill this out for me? Because I understand what the freak it's saying. Like, oh, I got you. Thank you. I got people like that in my corner. Cool people. Nice. So cool. Because I can't read that. I can't read that document. So that's the wonderful thing about knowing attorneys at the end of the day. Those documents, man, I'm like, woo, you guys read this. Like, can you fill this out for me? Yeah, fill out the forms for me. Because I don't know how to do them. I don't understand it. I don't understand the law talk, the law language. I don't get it. Now, the following stuff, I do it myself, and I go follow everything, but yet everything they have in there, I don't want to make a mistake and get the wrong thing. Or pick something the wrong way. Go free do it because I can't understand the language. That's the same thing like my ex. My ex went to school for law. For law. She knows a lot about the law. So when I had documents come over, she'd read through them first. I was like, what the freak are they saying in that thing? And she would explain everything to it. They would use some technical terms like, yeah, this, that, and the other, so and so and so. Did you know that in paragraph so and so and so, this really says, I said, really? It's like, yeah, it's actually in there. Yeah, crazy stuff, man. She was cool about that, man. Now, hey, you pop on YouTube, and I know he does, but he's so sensitive sometimes. He's really very sensitive. He pops on YouTube and says, I'm an American citizen. That's fantastic. Thank you. At the end of the day, because that's still good for me today. It doesn't make a difference whether you're here or not. We need to make sure you are here, so that way when I pay this money out, that I'm getting my money back. We can sue you. So if you pop on YouTube and you want to back yourself and say, hey, I'm an American citizen, show documents, whatever, I don't care. The reason I know I can go now and go follow the rest of these, I'm going to, this whole thing is only $350. That's it. I can go over and I can basically get the documents, pay that fee, get my documents over here, and have somebody fill them out, get whatever has to be done, and I just follow the rest of it. And I'll see you in federal court too. But at least I know I'm going to get my money back. At least I know I can sue you at the end of the day. Heck yeah. It has nothing to do whether or not you're here or not. Don't care about that. All I care about is the fact that the money I got to put down to file for all this stuff, I'm going to get my money back. I'm going to get you sued because, again, you're going to owe me money and you're going to pay that and possibly some jail time. Well, definitely jail time for touching my copyrights. Because you were so ignorant, nasty, and disrespectful to the whole entire thing, doing whatever you were. So I'm going to get mine back. Unfortunately, I am going to have to contact some people about this situation, which is going to be one of the lawyers that deals with that type of thing, and see whether or not, what are the options we have if he's not documented. And that would be for anybody. I don't care if you're Mexican, I don't care if you're Chinese, I don't care what race you are at the end of the day. If you're not documented, that means at the end of the day, we can only do so much because, again, can't sue you. Because, again, you'll be deported. That's what's going to happen. So it doesn't make a difference. So don't make it all about the Mexican race. Don't do that either. I find it funny how people will sit there and commit crimes, break the rules, and everything you can possibly think of, and then when the hammer comes down, it's always for them. I'm so sick and tired of Karens, I swear. You think you had less Karens in 2025, but no, they're Karens all over the place. All right, this is done. I got this nice little stuff here. I'll put this in this way, like this. All right, that's perfect for that. I like that. Do I got to stand for this? Am I going to stand here for this? I was going to stand here for that. Okay. Put that to dry. We'll make sure that's thoroughly dry. We'll make sure that's thoroughly dry because there's no way to wrong slide on my screen up in there knowing it could be black paint and it'll damage my screen. So that can definitely wait. so much for that. I gotta repeat things multiple times because we already have people that are that dumb that come on my channel to act up. Like we really gotta repeat them multiple times. I'll say something clearly on camera, and then they'll turn around and say the very opposite that I said. Well, go ahead. Put something in my mouth that's not true. I mean, you're already in enough trouble, but I know where you live at. Go ahead. And I'll basically go in and I'll file some more stuff against you. Don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say. Alright, let me see. Glue gun. Where is the box here? Where is the box? Did you just make a box? I could have sworn you just made a box. We didn't make a box there. What the freak did you make that box for? Where is that box? I could have sworn you made a box. Oh, box is disappearing now. Oh, that came out real nice. Came out really, really nice. I like that. Now, last time I glued it down, because I had to make sure it connected right against the wall, but I put these little feet behind the back of the wall, and it fits nicely. So now I can move that at will. So I didn't know what I was thinking when I glued it down. That was a bad idea, because I got to move that around. Anyway, let's get this done. That's for my projector, so I can sit eye to eye with my screen. Okay. All done. That's weird. I would have never thought about that. That never even crossed my mind at first. But now I gotta look into that because, yeah, that cost me a lot of money. The following out those feet, that cord cost ain't cheap. Well, I had to find out whether or not he is documented because now. And it all can mean the difference of, well, you didn't have to spend your money at the end of the day. You had a couple $1,000s. Yeah, no, wrong side of that, definitely. Let me just fold this up and put this somewhere. You don't need this. Okay, that's all situated there. Where's the projector for this? So, get those in here. I'm going to get the sizing for that. Get that power mesh later on. Got the ice tube for the PC mod over here for that. Black paint is finished. Oh, there's one right here. This is what I was looking for too. Now we don't need it now. That's just fantastic. That fit in there. That's perfect. Okay, that one's cleaned up. I gotta get this one cleaned up next. I'll plug the glue on. Multiple times. And that way I can come back to this video and say, hey, look. I'm trying to put words in my mouth and they're not true. Yeah, I'm going to have to go talk to somebody and find out. Unfortunately, we need to know. You pop on YouTube and you show documents and paperwork saying that, hey, look, you know, this, that, and the other, that'd be fantastic for me, because then I'll go over here and pay that $350 for the federal court and get that document over here. So I'm going to have somebody help me fill that thing out and get that in there so I can get you in the federal court and file those lawsuits too against you. At least the money I already spent with the CCB already, I know I'm going to get that money back, so that's good. I'm happy with that. At least I got a 1% insurance that works. You said at the end of the day that I'm doing this because you're Mexican, has nothing to do with that whatsoever. Not a thing. Is there anything to do with whether you have paperwork or not? No. It has nothing to do with the fact that I got to pay money to file lawsuits against you, and I got to pay for those fines, and I got to pay for those fees and everything to take you to court. I want to make sure I'm going to get my money back. I also want to make sure that when we sue you, I get my $60K and the $175,000 for defamation, and then the other additional lawsuits we have to file against you on top of that. Also, my family wants to make sure they get their money on top of that, or if you sue for something, or make you pay for something for what you did by basically mentioning their names on YouTube, and also too doxing at people's addresses. So yeah, you gotta know. Don't take it the wrong way and think that it's because that's something to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. And it's something to do with the fact that we need to know that stuff costs money. You know, if you learn how to act right, have some common sense, and learn how to follow rules at the end of the day, you would have never been in this situation to begin with, ever. You wouldn't have been in this situation at all. You don't know how to respect people. Everything catches up to you in life. That's how it is. We don't get away with nothing. So, as long as in my heart that I'm doing this for the purpose that it's being done for, that's all that matters. I'm doing things by God. But if I'm going out there and I'm reporting this guy and saying some things that ain't real at the end of the day just to have somebody come to his front door and make his life difficult, that's wrong. I'm doing the devil's work. But you're going to sit there and pay for my court filing fees. Since you're not going to pay for my court filing fees to sue you for what you've done, and I got to pay for it out of my pocket, I want to get my money back. So unfortunately, I got to go through these turns of events to figure out whether or not you're documented or not. If you're not documented, there's no point in me basically paying for all that stuff at the end to begin with. The bad part about it is we're going to know where you're at. So basically, I have to get your address, and I have to take and look you up and see if you are. Oh, it's a shame you got to go through stuff like that. People just do not know how to leave stuff alone. So do me a favor, pop up. I'm not going to look for it. My people will find it. They'll bring it back to me either way. If you have it, then debate, document, show, hey, I'm 100% here. I was born here, blah, blah, blah. Then that is fantastic for me, because I'm going to go and drop $350 to get you in federal court. At least I know at the end of the day that I'm not wasting my money. That'd be fantastic. And you sat there and you lied about it, because you do lie a lot, too much, way too much, and you make some fake documents. I still got to contact people and find out, because I got to know why. I don't trust this guy at all, period. That's why I'm suing you. You're not to be trusted. You're an interesting individual when it comes to touching people's stuff at the end of the day. You're not a one to be trusted. So yeah, you can make whatever you got, fake whatever it is. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't care. All I care about is basically getting my money back from the courts, suing you, and getting my justice. So let's see where that goes at. Yep. What I just read over there told me exactly. I'm pretty sure they're going to tell me the same thing down there. Like, yeah, you might want to check on that, see whether or not he's documented or not before you go proceed down the road, because I'm not going to get that money from the CCB. That was $105 for each one of those claims to file, and then I had some additional charges. So I'm not getting that money back. And when they sue him, they don't have some special funding when they give the money. No, they take it out of him. So we can't take it out of him if he's not here. So that means I'm out $200 and something. Yippee-ki-yay. I thought I had black nail polish and I was like, what the freak? And I had the black nail. Can I lean this up a little bit? I need a piece of cardboard. Maybe I need to lean this out. Oh, we're ready to start a freaking Friday. Gotta do this mess. See right now, talking to my Mexican brothers about this. They'll be like, well, you know, just stayed out of trouble. Nobody's touching your stuff to begin with. Yeah. Told you about life. Life catches up to you one way or another. It does. You may think he thought at the end of the day you can get away with stuff and do whatever you want to do. Life catches up to you every time. You never get away with anything. You pay for everything in life. You have to. You look at this world and the next world. You all got to think. Nobody gets away with nothing. Then we got it straight this time. Next time, coop that section over there. That'd be much easier. If someone's not documented to have paperwork in the United States, can you file criminal charges against them? Yeah, unlikely to be successful. That's why we have to know. So, Mr. Fernando, don't take this as a revenge or hateful tactic. It's not. I don't have time to entertain that kind of stuff. I really don't. I got to find out whether you have this paperwork. Because if I don't, like I said, money I'm putting in here to bring you to court, I'm not going to get this back. It's unlikely it's going to be successful. It's right there. So I'm going to have to figure out whether you're documented or not. If you're a document, that's fantastic for me. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, he's not documented. I was looking for him to be deported. No, I'm not that type of person. I need you to be documented so I can get you into a courtroom and sue you. I need you to be here to stand trial. Other than that, I got to look into this because I never thought about that. It never crossed my mind. It never crossed my mind to claim possible criminal charges against someone in the United States. Yes, significant amounts of undocumented activity. Unlikely, highly unlikely to be successful. So I got to find this out because this is costing me money. It costs me time and money. Money I can get back, time I can't. Now, like I said, you can understand this. So you never did anything to my company. So we have little words back and forth. You did a few dumb things. That's it. Nothing serious that you've done. Something I can let slide. And I found out you didn't have proper paperwork to be here. Would I call them on you? No. I don't care. It's none of my business. And you go, whatever you do, stupid down the end of the day, and you call it to yourself. I'm not going to be responsible for that. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to go down this road because, again, if you don't have documentation, that means anything that I'm following is going to be pointless. It's not going to stick because you're not a U.S. citizen. So you're going to be deported. The bad thing about it is the fact that because you committed crimes, because those crimes are filed, and this is the reason why you can't come back because you have a violation against you. So either way, it works for me. You got paperwork? 100% happy. Thank you. Good. I can go file. Okay, I'm good. Doing that paperwork, I'm gonna be out some money. So before I file anything else, I gotta go talk to some people. And unfortunately, the people I have to talk to, I have to find out whether or not you have documents or not. So I don't want you to take it as, hey, he's coming after me, some witch hunt. No, we have to know. Lawyers are going to cost me money. It's going to cost me money to prosecute you. It's going to cost me money. Figure that one out. How did somebody tamper with my copyrights dox my address, threaten my cat, threaten my late mother, threaten my family members, all kinds of post office fraud, all kinds of stuff at the end of the day. Commit all these crimes at the end of the day, and yet we do this, and we're considered to be the bad guys. Yeah, forget you. Anybody think that? Forget you. I'm going to do what I have to do. So, like I said, I'm not calling those certain groups to go down. No, that's none of my business. I got to contact somebody and figure out if he's documented so we can go move forward on the rest of this these lawsuits. That's what I got to do. If they decide to go down and take care of it, that's them. But I have to go down and get this done. I got to figure out. Ooh, this came out nice. Like I said, you know, if you basically were here without the paperwork, I don't think getting in trouble would be the one thing you would do. You would never get in that kind of trouble. And if you did have paperwork to be here, you still shouldn't get in that kind of trouble. It's basic common sense. All right, that's looking nice. I like that. Because now, if there's anybody who doesn't like them, they're going to basically come at them that way. I don't care. I'm going to have to do what I got to do. Because you're going to pay for it, give me back all my money, including what we're suing you for, and my filing fees and everything. If you don't want to do that, then guess what? I got to find out. Looking down again, all slinky. Extra slinky. Extra slinky. Slinky. I think I've stepped on that same toy 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times I think I've stepped on that toy. Get the dark one and the light one. These we can interchange them if we want. It's interesting that some people may say that, hey, why don't you just let him go this time? No, because Mr. Fernando is still on the page talking trash about my company. I know. My people reported all that information back. So you've still been slandering my company, even though you said you're moving on to bigger and better things. We know about all that stuff you've been doing. So, like I said, I'm going to make some phone calls. I'm going to figure out whether you're documented or not before I go to my next stages of paying that $350, and God knows what else they're going to charge me for that federal court fee, so I don't lose my money. Because I want to make sure I get my filing fee money back. I didn't even think about that at first. I was like, wait a minute, I never thought about that. If you're documented, hey, I'm still happy, because that means I can take it to court and sue you. If you're not documented, then guess what? That means that all the stuff you did, you're not going to be prosecuted for it, but you're not going to be here. I don't know how it would work out. Sit there and say, well, hey, look, you know, at least if I stay here, you know, no, buddy, you're looking at a 50-year prison sentence. maybe higher than that. I don't know which one's worse. You're going to jail for a long time. You're not going. It's not a light case. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you don't have documents and you do got to go back over, at least you got your freedom. That's worth more than anything in the world than being in a 4x8 for 50 years. I'm real smaller than that now. Which one we got to take? Either way, it don't make a difference to me. I'm not going to sit there if they contact me and say, hey, he has legal document to be here. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I was hoping he get the... No, I'm not that type of person. Don't care. What I care about is getting your butt in front of a judge. That's what I care about. That's all that matters. Getting you in front of a judge and getting you prosecuted for what you did to my company and my family. Unfortunately, it put you on the radar. That's what it did. And that's what it did, unfortunately. Stepped on the radar. Everything catches up to your life. You never know what crazy turn of events could alter and change your environment and what you live in. Everything happens for a reason in life. My intentions are to do this out of my heart, out of evil, then the Lord would take away my blessings and all from me. But my intentions aren't that. My intentions are to contact these individuals so the money I have to put in, as I said multiple times, these filing fees cost money. I need to make sure you are documented so we can basically serve you for court. Can't serve you for court if you don't have documents here. That's going to cost me money, and I'm going to get my money back one way or another. But if you're not here, I'm not going to get it. So unfortunately for them to find out, they're going to need your first name, any names you have, and they're going to need your address. Oh, I forgot that little one here, didn't I? Like when I sat there and I had to go through this thing with these criminal charges and stuff, I had to go and I had to pray about that. I asked the Lord, help me to do this without hate, without anger. To file these charges against these individuals that attacked me. So nothing I do is out of hate and anger. It's just that you did something stupid, you got to pay for it. Just like I did, Mr. Fernando. Just like I did many years back. When I did something stupid, I had to pay for it. The judge and the DA didn't do it out of hatred for me. I did something stupid. That's the law. I had to pay for it. That's what you have to understand. They didn't hate me. They didn't have anything out for me. I did something dumb and I paid for it. You got people out there that want to blame the system, especially if they did it. They want to blame the system and blame other people because they got caught and got thrown in jail. Some people were wrongfully accused, but people that did do it, can't complain about that. You did it. I can't complain about that. I did it. You know, once you ever heard me on recording, so now it wasn't my fault. It was their fault. In the day, they came after me because I was African American and just basically, no, I did it. So I had no hatred for the judge and nobody else. Not even the person who was trying to prosecute me. I had no hatred for them. It was my fault. I did it to myself. Nobody to blame but me. Oh, kneecap. Kneecap feels better. Yeah, kneecap was bothering me with that a little bit. But it feels much better now. Great on God's hands. Alright. So, however way you want to twist this up, you go ahead, knock yourself out. As I said before, if anything pops up where you're basically saying that I said things that are not true, I'll sue you for it. Until then, I got to make some phone calls and find out. So I can go forth on the next stage what I have to do. Where is, that's plugged in. Oh, that belongs over here. It belongs over here. Jeremiah was a young boy. Used to be a friend of mine. Ooh, man. I wanted to go in that direction, did we, Taco? Wow. Wow, Taco, wow. Uh-oh. Zoomies activated. Rawr. Zoomies activated. Zoomies activated. Out of nowhere. Where did those fearsome zoomies come from, Taco? Out of nowhere. The zoomies spark from nowhere. Zoomies just come out of nowhere. Lightning fast zoomies come out of nowhere. Fearsome, dangerous. Cuckoo kitty. Cuckoo kitty. Are you dangerous and fearsome, cuckoo kitty? Cuckoo kitty. Cuckoo kitty. Cuckoo kitty. Cuckoo kitty. Fearsome and dangerous, cuckoo kitty. Fearsome. Dangerous. Ferocious. What? This is ferocious, dangerous. Fearsome. Dangerous. It's a couple here with no fear. No fear at all. Because it's a crocodile kitty. Crocodile kitty. Fearsome, raw. Dangerous, raw. Ferocious, raw. Crocodile kitty. Here we have the natural habitat of the dangerous and fearsome Croco Kitty. Croco Kitty. Are you a Croco Kitty? I am a Croco Kitty. Who says I am not a Croco Kitty? How dare you say that I am not a Croco Kitty? I am a fearsome Croco Kitty. Wow. 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 Fearsome Croco Kitty. Too dangerous and fearsome. Dare dig up the Croco Kitty. Who dares tear him up? Dangerous, fearsome Croco Kitty. Are you fearsome? Fearsome Croco Kitty. Dare stare you up. Right. Oh, here's some Croco Kitty. Now he bumped this damn it. Boom! Boom! Bumped into the crowd with a giant head. Giant head with that crab. Crab! Crab. Rawr. dangerous and fearsome with your giant head. Right, over there, we just have one of the panels in there. Right now, I got to use my screen. The other one, screen properly dries, but I want to jack it up. It's actually behind it, so I don't have to worry about damaging anything. And they're like Croco Kitty. Fearsome and dangerous Croco Kitty. He's fearsome and dangerous. Oh, that Croco Kitty's power. Like a little fireplace, we do. It look like a little fireplace because you got that hole around it. Like a little tiny fireplace. That is freaking cool. He's a dangerous fearsome Croco Kitty. Raw. That's the panel in there. I got a little fireplace in there. Tackle, we got a fireplace in there. It looks like a fireplace. Built it like a fireplace. Breaking up the marshmallows, we are going to make some fireworks with the fireplace. We're going to put fireworks in the fire to be jacked up. But anyway, let's put the little fireplace in there. Oh, that's freaking cool. Do 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 do. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Ba 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 ba. See, this is what I wanted for my desk. I have my screen over here, got my bills over here. We're going to make this projector much more smaller, by the way. Got my nice fireplace over there. Hang some stockings from it for Christmas. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Do 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 do. Taco nipping at your nose. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Taco's like Merry Taco to you. Merry Taco, baby. Merry Taco. Got a little Apple display over here on my setup over here on my desk. Yep. So we're gonna make the flex screens. I gotta go order some plexiglass. I'm gonna start developing my flex screens pretty soon. Boom, 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 boom. Those are gonna be samples. Bum, 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 bum. I put fresh water in there, baby. Yeah. Ironic, we don't even use Apple in here, but I do like the logo. I like the logo, it's pretty hot. That display right there looks pretty nice. I'm gonna get a tripod for my projector. I found one finally for that one. Couldn't figure when I found one at first, but I found a tripod for it. Pretty soon we're gonna have the flex portable projection screens that can just set up. I gotta make a stand for the flex, something that you can put the stand on and then it just hits or something cool. I don't know. We'll figure it out. They're front and rear screens anyway. But the rear ones are gonna be darker and the front ones are gonna be a little lighter. But I like aquariums. Oh, there's my aquarium right there. Oh, yes. The aquarium. Beautiful. Right on the desk. Got my burning fireplace over here. Got my aquarium here and got my giant wraparound screen. Got my computers built over here. I'm liking my nice little setup. Got my little fireplace over there. My fish play over there. That screen turned out fantastic. Guess how much money it cost me? Nothing. It's free. Absolutely free. Oh. I can't wait to start working on my mailbox projector set up for my buddy over at the post office. I'm going to have half the box showing on it. It's going to be hot. Of course, I need a micro ITX board and all that stuff like that. Yeah, I'm doing a nice little setup for them. This is not going to be outside. It's actually going to go inside the box. Yeah. Put a little peekaboo glass on it. Do all the colors in white, red, and blue. It's going to look hot. Simple basic, single 120 millimeter setup for the liquid cooling system. Nothing big. They can game off of it too. Yeah, make it just like a mailbox. It takes a couple of letters, pack them up, they're really tight, and put them inside the mail. They're going to be glued in, they can't come out. So it'll give it a look like got the nail put in there inside. Pretty cool. And who made this? That guy brings in the package. He literally made this out of our own boxes. Yes. So keep in mind that if I'm doing something out of a criminal act from the door, the Lord would not allow me to do it. Because again, He wouldn't want anything bad to happen to me. So the fact that I got the go-ahead from Him, and then you got people come on my channel and go, oh, but this, that, and the other. Shut up. You don't know jack at the end of the day. I ship out packages constantly all the time. Do you think I wouldn't have asked these questions in the door if this was a violation? You think I'm stupid? I'm the one suing y'all for dumb stuff at the end of the day because y'all don't check things. Y'all just go out and do stuff. That's why you end up in those situations. I research everything. I like to make sure I know things before I walk into a room. Not walking there with my pants around my ankles and look like a complete idiot and embarrassment, at the end. I don't go through that nonsense. There's no charge for that at all whatsoever. That's why nothing has happened at all, period. Not a thing. You got little brats get on there and start crying. They want to, I'm going to do this and I'm going to tell that and tell that and tell that. You're like one of those kids that run up on the block and snitch on everybody. Oh, shut up. Get out now. They smack you in the back and get out of here. Do one of them. If this was wrong, what am I supposed to do? The Lord would not have directed me to go down this path at all, period. You don't trust God, I do. You trust the devil, I trust God. If this was in the wrong, I wouldn't have done this, period, at all, period. I can buy cardboard. Cardboard is cheap. Still construct whatever I want at the end of the day. You thought that you were just coming up here trying to make trouble for me, discourage me, to try to scare me, to keep from doing these builds at the end of the day, so you can get some damage done to my channel. Maybe you can get some views off of him at the end of the day, get some people to stay away from him or scare him. You got the wrong person at the end of the day, but I got scary stories to tell you at the end of the day because, again, as I told you before, this summer will be a nightmare for some of you. And I've already told you the story. It's going to come true. Unlike you, this one, you're going to be awake when it happens. You won't be asleep. You won't be to wake up and that happen. This is actually going to happen. It's going to make you feel like I wish you were asleep. And all of it's a dream, but it's going to be real. Very real. And unfortunately for the other one, now I got to go to a certain agency because now I got to think about whether or not this guy has paperwork or not because, again, it's going to cost me money. I got to find out before I drop any more money into anything. We need to figure out if he's legal. Gee, had a movie pop up. I don't know. What the heck is that in the background? What's the movie pop up on into YouTube? Yeah, we got to find out. Money don't grow on trees. Got to make it. So I got to figure out whether or not he is or not. Unfortunately, that's what has to happen. Now, if he was anybody here in the United States or whatever, yeah, that'd be fantastic at the end of the day. Because at least I know a file, it'd be good, we go to court, sue him, same thing I go through. I've sued people before, it's the same thing, you know what I mean? But if he doesn't have it, I've never ran across it. Never had this ever happen in my entire life. Anyone I've ever had to take to court and sue, They were U.S. citizens. We never had this issue. It's never even come up. That's why I never even thought about it. None of that's come up at all, period. And either way, say Trump was in office and Harrison was in office. Say that would happen right there. And say that this witch hunt with the immigrants was never going on. That's what's going on. It's still going to come up. Because when he goes to court, he's dealing with violations with the government. It's still going to come up, whether he has paper here or not. So regardless, it's still going to come up. That's why they tell you that, whether you're from here or you're going to someplace else, and if you're not documented, say I'm over in Japan and I'm not documented. I'm over in England, Germany, any one of those places, I'm not documented. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Don't get in any trouble. Don't get any trouble whatsoever to bring you up on a radar. Stay low key. Move behind the shadows. That's what people do. Not this guy at the end of the day. Let's break every rule we could possibly think of on the face of the planet. So if he is documented, he's still in trouble. It doesn't make a difference. He still did dumb stuff. Let's break every rule in the possible plan we can think of. Nothing's going to happen to me. And I told you, be careful about the things that you do in life, because you never know, the eternity events can happen that could change the whole outcome of your life. Orange Man popped up on the scene. Orange Man's obsessed with basically deporting people. This guy, whether or not, we don't know if he has documents or not, but unfortunately, I have to go talk to people about this, because I have to figure out whether or not if he has these papers, because we need him here in the United States for prosecution. So we got to find out now. I got to go to agencies, and I have his address. I know his name. We have he's still documented over with the LLC. It's still there. All the information is still there. Even though I got his website, all that stuff is still there. He's in government agencies right now because of the LLC. Not good at all. This is bad, and you have no idea how bad this is. This is really, really bad. This is really, really bad. Now he can get up there on YouTube and say, oh, he's hunting me for no reason at all. He said, no, I never said that. I said that we had to file criminal charges against you because you committed crimes. You're going to pay for my filing fees? Heck, if you're going to pay for all my filing fees, I don't have to contact anybody, but still it's going to come up either way in court. They're going to ask you, are you a citizen? It's going to come up. So, either way, if he's a citizen, good. That works 100%. If I'm getting my money, my filing fees, we can sue him, I can bring him into court and get my justice. If he's not, we just don't get our justice, he gets deported. That's what happens. That's what's going to happen. But until then, I got to find out before I put any more money down. That's what we got to do. Now I don't trust that joker. All the dirty stuff he's done, you can come on YouTube and flash whatever paperwork you want at the end of the day. I'm still not going to trust you because it doesn't make a difference. So I paid the $350 at the end of the day. You flash a fake document, and I pay a $350, whatever I pay at the end of the day. You still got to go to court on this. It doesn't change anything at all. And so they find out you don't have paperwork, they're going to deport you right there on the spot. They're going to put you through the process right there on the spot. So if you do have paperwork to be here, and you can be here, then you're going to go to jail. Because again, at the end of the day, it's a federal charge against basic touching copyright. So either way.